what era are we in again? The Cenozoic era. Sid Vicious, yeah. So the Cenozoic era is the age of mammals. Here, perspective here. Let's pull up an old video that I think highlights this point pretty well. Marika, thank you for the 8 months of support, Marika. Dromaeosaurus Prime sub. The running lizard. Marika, I appreciate your support. Thank you for that Prime. Good stuff. Thank you very much. DMWing says, but there's going to be an obvious line at where we are now, where a bunch of animals species suddenly disappear. I don't want to relitigate this whole. We did a whole stream about this 8 months ago. We've got other things to cover today. The thing is, species started disappearing when human beings started spreading across the globe back in the Pleistocene. You know, like, here. Here's just an example. Bird species living on different islands. Each of these dots with the number on it represents the number of species that went extinct when human beings landed on these islands and colonized them. It's estimated that, like, maybe over 1,000 species of birds died out as soon as human beings, like, arrive on these islands over the past, you know, let's say 10,000 years. This mass extinction event has been going, well, mass extinction event. This series of extinctions has been going on for thousands of years. So, like, where do you draw the line? Where do you pinpoint that, you know? It's nuts. It's really crazy. This is just birds, too. This is not all of the other species that have gone extinct because of humans showing up in different environments, introducing invasive species, overhunting, depleting resources, destroying habitats through fire or through resource exploitation. It's nuts, you know? Yeah. So yeah. And Ken says there's also an issue of the faster geologically species goes extinct, the less likely you are to see them in the fossil record. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a thing, Ken. So, anywho, yeah. Here, I guess before we get into the dinosaur stuff, since people are really interested in this, let's take a look at this video right here. Which is, this is really well put together from
Outside of
Vox.
Toronto in Canada is the tiny Crawford Lake. It's a rare body of water known as a meramictic lake. For its small size at roughly 270 meters across, it is deep at 23 meters. That means the sides slope dramatically downwards, and the water at the bottom doesn't mix with the water at the top, making the sediment underneath extraordinarily well preserved.
This is important.
It's this unique quality that attracted scientists in 2023 to dig up a sediment sample from the lake. This core sample contained clues to centuries of human history, and they hoped it would answer a big question. Had humans created such a profound impact on our planet that it had created a new phase in geologic time?
My answer is it's too early to say, because if we went extinct like next year, we might just be a blip. You know? You might not be able to spot it in the geological record.
Are we now living in what some scientists call the Anthropocene? There's actually an official global body of scientists whose job it is to decide this question, the International Commission on Stratigraphy, or
So this is the ICS, the same organization that puts out the International Chronostratigraphic Chart. This is stratigraphy.org is the website for this. There you go, the International Commission on Stratigraphy. There is a link if you're curious. And there's a link to the timescale right there, too.
ICS. Phil Gibbard is a part of it.
And our remit is to actually control the stratigraphy.
I'm not part of this group, no, Sid Vicious,
planet,
no.
really. That means the entire...
So this is a kind of a small group of geologists, stratigraphers, scientists like that. I work on dinosaurs in particular. I'm not a very good geologist, to be honest. These people are far better geologists than I am.
Geological column starting with the formation of the Earth right up to the present day.
They are the guardians of the geologic calendar of the Earth's 4.6 billion year history.
Yep, the geological timescale. And this is this kind of highlights something that I think about a lot. That for the vast majority of the Earth's history, from the perspective of somebody like me, there's not much going on, you know? Dinosaurs first show up right here, where the cursor is right there. We are right here at the end. The extinction of the dinosaurs, except for birds, is right there. So, you know, dinosaurs are a pretty big part of the history of, like, big, cool, multicellular life on Earth. But compared to the entire history of the Earth, from its formation about 4.6 billion years ago until now, you know, we've only ever had, like, really cool multicellular things crawling around and eating other things kind of life for this chunk of time right here. You know? So yeah, really puts things into perspective, doesn't it? But yeah, and I think that's kind of further highlighted when you look at this. This is why this spiral idea is such a cool... This is why this works so well, I think, is that you don't have to devote too many pixels to all of that stuff there. You go way back to the formation of life on Earth, or formation of Earth, excuse me, about 4.6 billion years ago. And then you get to where things really start to take off up here in terms of, like, cool critters doing their things. Yeah. Anyway. Significant ground scoring the Permian, a lot of the top... But just a mysterious unconformity. There you go, Ken. Yeah, shoot. Again, Ken makes a good point. If we were to go extinct tomorrow, if human beings were to go extinct tomorrow, or next year, or 100 years from now, there might not be much evidence that we ever existed. Well, there'd be... If you had alien geologists and paleontologists visiting the planet, they might be really confused. Because as I understand it, having spoken with sedimentary geologists and stratigraphers, right now on planet Earth, there's not that much deposition happening. We're in, like, kind of a weird period of unconformity in the sense that you don't have a lot of sediment being laid down. We're in a primarily globally erosional kind of regime currently. So there's not a lot of stuff getting buried. There's not a lot of opportunities for new fossils to be forming right now in the 21st century. You've got a few places around the world where you do have sediments being laid down, burying stuff, the right conditions to make a fossil. But for much of the planet, that doesn't seem to be the case. It's mostly that sediment is being eroded away. You don't have a great deal of, you know, stuff getting actually buried in the way that we think of as paleontologists. You have stuff getting buried in landfills and stuff like that, but we let stuff get fossilized? I don't know. I don't know if those are the right conditions to actually preserve fossils. So anyway, only the evidence left in our hearts, says Lord Eve. Yeah, shoot. Um, yeah. Anywho, it'd be great to bring a geologist, a sedimentologist on here to talk about what are ideal conditions for forming fossils and how many of those conditions actually exist around the world today in this very moment, you know? Anyway, let's continue with this.
Geologic time has different types of divisions. These are eons that span hundreds of millions of years. Then there are eras, periods, epochs, and stages. We're living here in the roughly 12,000 year Holocene epoch. This is where the Anthropocene would start, not as an era, but an epoch.
And yeah, it's too small to be an epoch. You can't have an epoch that's only 70 years. It just doesn't work that way. 70 or 80 years, whatever. I think one of the proposals is to put the Anthropocene, it starts at the moment of the Trinity test in New Mexico, when the first atomic bomb was tested. You know, that's what, 80, 85 years, something like that? So, again, it's not a single pixel on there, you know? Scorched Hellfire says, why then specifically? Because we can actually date that. You can start to date in the atmosphere when you have nuclear tests. You get nuclear fallout from that, and that shows up in the rocks. Or, they're not rocks yet. That's the thing, is that these aren't even rocks yet. This is just, like, muck at the bottom of a lake. You know? They're not even rocks yet. When would it end? It hasn't ended yet. We would still be in it, Dinodax. In the same way that the Cenozoic era hasn't ended. We're still in it. Yeah.
This system of organization is based in part on the fossil record, which tells the story of huge changes on Earth, like the explosion of animal fossils that mark the start of the Cambrian period.
Which
the chemical
These are
makeup
just some of
of
the
rocks
questions that people ask about dinosaurs.
And Kate Chavs, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Signals too, like the iridium left behind by the asteroid that wiped out non-avian dinosaurs, which marks the start of the Paleogene period. Or the way the Earth's magnetism is recorded in rock layers that signal major events, like the large volcanic eruption that started the Chattean stage roughly 28 million years ago. It was in the year 2000 that an academic essay proposed the idea of formalizing the Anthropocene.
Its name is two components to it. The anthropos is obviously the human part of it. The scene is...
So that's the it's the same root word as in anthropology, the study of humans.
Relates to the fact it would be a epoch of the Cenozoic.
That's not what that means. Scene means age, doesn't it? It means like life, like... No, hang on. No, that's Zoic. No, scene means it means recent. No, yeah, he's right. Sorry. I'm being nitpicky here needlessly. Scene is that just kind of goes with that schema of these different things. Paleocene, Eocene, Oligocene, Miocene.
Relates to the fact it would be a epoch of the Cenozoic, which is the last 66 million years since the asteroid impact wiped out the dinosaurs.
The view that we'd moved away from what might be deemed to be the normal conditions of the Holocene interglacial, which is a warm period in the Ice Age, which began 12,000 years ago. And we moved away from that because of the consequence of human activity.
The best rock evidence that exists anywhere in the world to mark a division in time scale is called a golden spike.
Yeah, and you see those golden spikes are sometimes on the time charts. So, chronographic chart. This is one of those reasons why these things get updated so frequently. Every couple years. So here's an international chronostratigraphic chart right here from 2020. This might be the most up-to-date one. Here's a link in the chat for you. But you see right here, you've got these spikes right there. There's one, there's one. Let's go back into the Cretaceous. You've got one at the base of the Cenomanian 100.5 million years ago. So every time you've got a spike like this golden spike, that means we actually have a numeric date. An exact number date for that. So we've been able to pinpoint this time. This is 100.5 million years old. There's a spike right there. For some of these, we don't have them. So, like the Barremian-Aptian boundary right here, we don't have. That's why it's about 125 million years ago. So yeah, does that make sense? Those spikes.
Anywhere in the world to mark a division in time scale is called a golden spike, and scientists stick an actual golden spike in the ground where they find it. That means that while there are numerous fossils for an extinct species called a conodonte around the world from the Ordovician period, a single exceptional one from Newfoundland officially marks the start of the period.
Yep.
If there's ever a question over a boundary, the ICS deploys one of their 15 subcommittees, each of which specializes in a single time period. These subcommittees will set up a working group of scientists from around the world to identify a golden spike.
Phil
And so,
set up.
this is one of those things that I've talked about this before on stream. I've got an excellent set of books here about this. Geological timescale. There we go. This right here. They will, one of these days, make an updated version of this, and I'd like to get it when they do. But there's a scale on the back right there. But here, let's go to the Jurassic period. Here. This book is basically a detailed treatise on how these dates are determined, history, definition, and boundary stratotype for the Sinemurian stage right there. Stuff like this. Yeah. Sinemurian stage was named by D'Orbigny after the town of blah 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 in central France. Upper Sinemurian substage. So there are various species of ammonites and other fossils like this that you can track throughout these rock records like this. And then they evolve and then they die out at set times, and you're able to kind of cross-correlate geographically with this. So like if you find a particular kind of ammonite in a particular place, then you know it's from a particular time. And you can cross-reference that with radiometric dating, with like actually using chemistry to figure out the exact date of those rocks. You can correlate those with the ammonites, so that any place you find that species of ammonite, you know you're looking at rocks of that age, that kind of thing. So this is basically what this book is all about. So this is like an official reference that geologists and paleontologists around the world will use when we're talking about these different, points in time like this. And Sid Vicious says, so that's an entire field of science? This is like multiple fields of science right here. Yes. Absolutely yes. There are literally thousands of scientists around the world who work on this. So when you pick up a book like this and you page through it like that, you are standing on the shoulders of giants. You are benefiting from this accumulated work, the blood, sweat, and tears of literally thousands of Earth scientists. Thousands of geologists, sedimentologists, stratigraphers, paleontologists. They've all contributed to this accumulation of knowledge here. And it gets revised all the time. Always learning new things. We're always refining the dates. New technology, new methods of analysis, bold new ideas. They all help to refine and challenge old ideas and just get ever, ever, ever closer to this more complete understanding of the history of our planet Earth. It's pretty cool, So yeah. And I also want to emphasize, this is something that came up in the seminar talk that I attended today at Berkeley. We've got very limited understanding of a lot of these things. You know? Like, we're dealing with limited information. We're dealing with... Oh, shoot. You know, the history of life on Earth, it's incredible that we can know anything at all about this. Given that some of these things happened tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions of years ago. It is incredible that we can know anything at all about what our planet was like a billion years ago. Or 90 million years ago. That information will always be incomplete. We'll never know 100% of the complete picture there. And if that really, really bothers you, maybe that's not the right field for you, you know? Paleontology and geology have inherent uncertainties within them. There's always going to be a bit of vagueness. That's true for science in general, you know?
Look, you don't have time to put dinosaurs in your dinosaur movie.
Illusionary One, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. So yeah, if you're uncomfortable with the idea of uncertainty, maybe paleontology isn't the right field for you. Embracing that uncertainty and going, you know, we don't know about this yet, but we're going to do our darndest to try and figure it out. That's the kind of attitude that'll help a paleontologist thrive. Or a geologist, or somebody else who's working with incomplete data, like...
Oh, it's on. Happy holidays, honey.
Happy holidays.
Give the gift of play. Scratchers from the California Lottery.
He's been through a lot.
We'll get there. It's okay. You're safe here. Come on. No hurry. Love begins with trust. I'm not going anywhere. That's why I got a Subaru.
The Subaru Forester. Safe, long-lasting, trusted, loved.
Get special low rates during the Share the Love event, and we'll donate $300 to charity.
Subaru is the largest corporate donor to the National Park Foundation, helping to protect our parks for future generations through the Share the Love event.
Get 2.9% for 72 months, and Subaru and our retailers will make a minimum $300 donation to charity.
But they don't... If you were to ask them how old the Earth is, they'd be like, well, I don't know, but... You know, it must be this or that. It's... I don't know. The thing that I have to return to in a situation like that, the thing that I have to... The strategy that I have to take, because it's who I am, is to just say, look, this is what I am passionate about. I want to know about the history of life on Earth. And so I follow the evidence where it leads. When you really want to know, when you're determined to find the truth, you're going to use the best methods available to you. Anything else would be cheating yourself. So that's my starting point. And I hope that when I have conversations with people who have different viewpoints, people who have some sort of an ideological or religious or political or whatever viewpoint, and they try and take reality and squish it into some sort of a form where they can fit it into that viewpoint, most people don't realize that they're doing that. I try and just make it apparent that, like, hey, what I'm after is finding out what's real. That's what I care about. Let's take the facts, let's take the reality, and let's change our viewpoint to accommodate what's real. You know? That's the viewpoint of a scientist. And I like to think that if people are operating in good faith, that they'll see the value in that. You know? Because at the end of the day, reality is so much more wonderful and amazing and inspiring than stuff that people just make up. You know? We live on this incredible planet, teeming with life that's been around for close to 3 billion years. Life on our planet's got an amazingly rich and long history. Isn't that enough? Just unfathomable wonder. The history of life on Earth. I want to know all about it. I want to learn everything that I can. And I want to share that with as many people as I can, too. That's where I'm coming from. And, somebody's not into that, there's not much I can do for them, I suppose. But if people have any sense of wonder at all, I hope that I can kind of get them jazzed about this. Get them jazzed about the study of fossils, learning about this incredible history of life on Earth, because there is no cooler story than that. It is truly incredible, and I'm so glad we've got 275 people watching right now, and I hope you're as jazzed as I am about this. So yeah. Anyway, your Jazz Care Bear Bonfire. Hey, sorry about the rant, but you know how I get sometimes. Yeah. But yeah. Anywho, Sid Vicious wants to know, so what marks the next time frame, or era, or period? Excellent question. Like, what interstellar event? Forgive me for asking too much. No. Wonderful question, Sid Vicious. We're gonna get into that. What actually, like, marks these differences? They are arbitrary to a certain extent. They are kind of wishy-washy sometimes, because this is a human endeavor, and we as human scientists are trying to figure this out. But this is why we have working groups and discussions like this, you know? Yeah. So,
extinct species called a conodonte around the world from the Ordovician period, a single exceptional one from Newfoundland.
And the Bone Wars. Oh, we'll get to that dinosaur fact. Here, let's get us through this first, and then maybe we can talk about the Bone Wars. But yeah,
officially marks the start of the period. If there's ever a question over a boundary, the ICES deploys one of their 15 subcommittees.
So, when we're trying to figure out those divisions there between these different geological time eras and periods and stages, there is argument over this kind of thing, because it's not always super clear. And so we try and do our best to answer these questions in a way that's fair, a way that follows the evidence, all that. So we've got these working groups
here, which specializes in a single time period. These subcommittees will set up a working group of scientists from around the world to identify a golden spike.
Philip Bard set up the Anthropocene Working Group. So it was set up within the Quaternary Subcommission to assess the possibility of an Anthropocene epoch.
Earl Ellis joined the Anthropocene Working Group in 2009. 2 years later, Colin Waters joined.
The first goal we had was to plough through lots and lots of data sets, publications by many other research groups, to see if there was evidence in geological strata, such as lakes, in the oceans, in peat successions, corals, even cave deposits, where you could record the Anthropocene And increasingly we saw that there was evidence of changes happening.
The problem is the evidence of human impact on Earth is spread over hundreds, if not thousands, of years, and the working group needed to decide when the Anthropocene started. The authors of the 2000 paper had suggested it start at the Industrial Revolution, which not everyone agreed with.
Yeah, and at what point in the Industrial Revolution, too?
Tendency was more toward the early agricultural transformations of the planet.
But events like the emergence of agriculture took place slowly, and more importantly, regionally.
Agriculture was off the table pretty quickly, and that's also why the Industrial Revolution came off the list.
The group decided they'd have the best chance of convincing the ICS if they focused on the most dramatic moment of change possible.
And so they chose the Great Acceleration because it was considered to be the equivalent of this kind of instantaneous global change.
Great acceleration greatly increased industrialization, which followed upon the Second World War.
Appearance of novel materials. Plastics is probably the most famous of those. Going into production and then being dispersed across the planet. Geochemical signals to do with burning of fossil fuels, introduction of artificial fertilizers for agriculture, changing the nitrogen cycle, how humans have increased the rate of extinctions, how we've managed to move so many species of plants and animals across the planet.
Next, the group had to search for their golden spike, the physical sample that best showed a change had occurred. They researched 12 different sites around the world, from coral reefs to peat bogs to ice sheets, which brought them to Crawford Lake.
There you go, Cinnabarstolis. Yeah.
Because of the unique qualities of Crawford Lake, the sample has clear annual rings of sediment layers dating back to the 1300s, where corn dust shows evidence of indigenous agricultural activity. Then thick, nitrogen-rich layers show the arrival of European settlers who logged and farmed the surrounding area. In the 1930s, there's evidence of the Dust Bowl. And around 1950, they found what they were looking for.
Yep.
Plutonium from the first hydrogen bomb test.
So this is a signal you can find around the world.
One of those points of time you can correlate very precisely is the onset of detonations of these nuclear weapons, because they produce a global signal, so you can correlate those across the planet.
All but one of the 12 samples the working group found throughout the world had evidence of nuclear fallout from bomb testing of that era. Nuclear weapons testing isn't necessarily the best evidence for how humans have changed the planet, but it is the clearest, most universal signal they could find.
It's not strange that they chose the nuclear signal, because it's a very good signal for the current time in that lake.
In 2023, the Anthropocene Working Group submitted the 12 sites with the Crawford Lake proposal as the golden spike to the...
So that's why the Anthropocene starts 80 years ago under this proposal, is because you've got evidence of plutonium there, which didn't exist before, but suddenly you've got that as a global signal. You can look at deposits around the world and it'll show up there in the strata. So like there, if you find a lake like Crawford Lake and you like take a very careful core sample out of it, you will find evidence of those nuclear tests there in it, no matter where you are in the world.
Necessarily the best evidence for how humans have changed the planet, but it is the clearest, most universal signal they
Ergo
find.
Carnotaurus, yeah.
It's not strange that they chose the nuclear signal, because it's a very good signal for the current time in that lake.
In 2023, the Anthropocene Working Group submitted the 12 sites with the Crawford Lake proposal as the golden spike to the Quaternary Subcommittee for a vote. And the voting members rejected it.
Yep.
Many ICS members thought the addition of a roughly 70-year-old epoch at the end of the Holocene was too insignificant relative to the enormity of Earth's geologic history.
And I agree with that. It's too small. It's too small of a division. It just doesn't make any sense. We're, Earth scientists. We're talking about the history of life on Earth. We're talking about the history of the Earth itself. 70 years is nothing.
Can't see the wood for the trees, In geological terms, something that lasted less than a century would just be a blip.
Yep.
A blink of an eye in a geological record.
Earl Ellis resigned from the working group prior to the vote, partly because he disagreed there had to be a single, narrow definition of the Anthropocene.
The idea that
I agree with that.
significant transformation of the planet occurred with the onset of the Anthropocene and not before. That was one of my reasons for resigning. The Anthropocene is about understanding that humans are transforming this planet, And that should be the focus, not
Agreed.
1952 Crawford Lake.
Yep.
And Colin Waters maintains the Anthropocene's legitimacy.
It's quite amazing how humans have managed to modify the planet so profoundly in less than 70 years.
So that's the thing, is that, you know, scientists, geologists, paleontologists, stratigraphers, in general, we recognize that, holy cow, we have changed our planet an incredible amount in the past 70 years. And, like, nobody is denying that. Far from it. Holy cow. It's just naming an entire geological epoch based on that doesn't make sense. You know? It's too short. It almost... It doesn't fit with, like, the geological timescale like that. There are other, much more effective ways of communicating that idea to the public than naming, like, an official geological epoch. It's... I hope that makes sense.
And probably the only equivalent I can think of is the asteroid impact at the end of the Cretaceous that wiped out the non-avian dinosaurs.
Yep.
The ICS decision doesn't deny that humans have impacted the planet.
Far from it.
Just that it doesn't yet have a place in geologic time. For now, it's still a term that's found cultural resonance as we grapple with our
which
mark
is great.
on Earth. If humans are still around in hundreds or thousands of years, maybe our future descendants will have the perspective to identify our species' golden spike. The field of geologic stratigraphy is meant for deciphering the Earth's deep history, millions if not billions of years ago, through the only means available to us, decoding the signs in rock fragments around the world. It's an awkward fit for litigating our modern history. After all, we don't have to look to the rock record to show us the impact humans have had. The evidence for that is abundant.
And it speaks for itself. We don't need to create a break in time to understand that this is the time when humans are transforming the planet.
Anyway, good stuff. Sweetie Pie, what are you up to? What are you looking at? The Sweetie Piezoic age, says Will 62. Yeah, it's her geological time period. We're all just living in it. Aw, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Anywho.
Certainly, there are many more dinosaurs waiting to be discovered.
Well.
Many new mysteries waiting to be pondered.
Justice SDM 1988, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. But yeah. I hope that makes some sense. We went kind of far afield there. We're supposed to be talking about the rise of the dinosaurs. Oh, and I was gonna... Here. Just to give us some sense of perspective here. Let me show you an old clip from Bill Nye the Science Guy talking about the history of life on our planet. There we go.
Sports fans, Timmy Tucker here with Lance Yardstick for what has to be the biggest game of all time, the terrestrial surface dwellers versus the March of Time. And this is the one we've all been waiting for. That's right.
So this is kind of a, it's goofy here. It's definitely goofy, but this is a kind of a neat analogy for, like, trying to visualize the history of life on Earth and get some perspective on it.
What we're about to witness is the culmination of 4.6 billion years of preparation.
And there's the start of the game, and the March of Time is kicking off, and Og Simpson catches the ball on the 0-yard line.
You know, Timmy, if the history of the Earth were laid out on a football field like
the
timeline, the 0-yard line would be when Earth began about 4.6 billion years ago.
That's right, Lance, a very long time ago indeed. And Simpson is breaking the ball down to the 20-yard line now.
The 20-yard line, that would be when primitive life forms began appearing.
Agreed, Jervis, yes.
3.5 billion years ago.
Simpson crosses the 50 now. 45, 40, 35, 30. He's getting close now. 25. He's on the 20-yard line.
By the way, the 20-yard line, that would be when land plants and fish
There we go.
appeared on the earth. About 400.
So again, here, pay attention to the proportions here. So the 0-yard line is when life first started, or that's the formation of the Earth 4.6 billion years ago. The 20-yard line right here, almost toward the end zone there, this is when fish and plants show up 425 million years ago. So this is what, like the Silurian, I believe?
425 million years ago.
Simpson is now drawing a crowd at the 10-yard line.
That's only 225 million years ago.
So that's around the first time, the time of the first dinosaurs. A little bit after the first dinosaurs, but they're going to say first dinosaurs here, aren't they?
About when the dinosaurs appear.
He's down to...
There we go. So the first dinosaurs are probably closer to about 235, maybe 240. But yeah.
5 million years ago. About when the dinosaurs appear.
He's down to the 9 now, the 8, the 7.
65 million years ago, more or less when the dinosaurs became extinct.
5, 4, 3, 2, touchdown, fumble! Wait a minute, what happened down there? Was it a touchdown or not? The officials are measuring now. Let's take a closer look now with
measuring.
the cam.
It looks like that fumble occurred within the 1-yard line. Actually, about the 3/4-inch line or the 2-centimeter line. That's when human beings finally showed up on the planet, only about 1 million years ago.
Not really
less than that, really.
Long ago in Earth's history, Lance. Now, wait a minute. They say they need an even closer measurement now, so let's go down and look at this with the microcam.
That looks to be about 0.005 of an inch, or 13 micrometers, or 1 tissue paper's width from the goal line. And on the other side of that piece of tissue paper, an almost unmeasurable distance, 2/3 of 1 micrometer. That's where Bill Nye was born.
Who's Bill Nye?
Anyway, Sweetie Pie, it's right there in front of the camera. What are you doing, sweetie? What are you doing? Do you want some more treats? Is that what you want right now? I suppose we can make that happen. You twisted my arm. Oh, too many. Way too many. Sorry. Here, just have those. Anyway, yeah. And DMWing says, my first metaphorical geological timescale was mapped onto the World Trade Center. I know exactly the one you're talking about. There we go.
Perhaps I can use, in this great modern city of New York, the giant World Trade Center to give us some perspective on that vast expanse of time.
Oh boy, too soon. This is from like 1990 or so.
Here at the base, the Earth was formed 4.5 billion years ago.
Yep.
The first organisms emerged at 3 billion years. Worms and fish appeared 500 million years ago, and these were followed by the ancestors of mammals and reptiles 250 million years later. The dinosaurs appeared 210 million years ago, and they ruled for
210. No, it's like 240, 235, something like that. But yeah,
for 150 million years.
More like 180.
Then,
but yeah.
Some 65 million years ago, they vanished. Just 3 million years ago, we humans appeared.
Less than 3 million years ago. And hang on, that noise sounded very familiar. It sounded like that.
Vanished. Just 3 million years ago, we humans appeared. Our chapter is the shortest in the history of life. barely visible at the top.
Yeah, 3 million years is too long ago. Anatomically, modern humans are like 200,000 years old. Something like that. Like, really, really recent. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Petrodactylus says, loved that artwork of the raptor. Oh, this right here? Yeah, it looks like Deinonychus right here. Got a nice nostalgic quality to it. Good to see you, Petrodactylus. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, anywho. And somebody had a question. What's the earliest identifiable whale remains that have been found? Oh, those go back to the Eocene, I think, right? Like Indo-Hyas? Yeah. Here we go. Let's see. What's the age on this critter? From Eocene fossils in Asia. Yeah, but how old? What formation are they from? I am disappointed at how non-comprehensive this Wikipedia article is. This is subpar for Wikipedia. I'm surprised and disappointed. But yeah, Indo-Hyas... Yeah, Epresian, 50 to 48 million years old. So yeah, the earliest fossils of a whale we have, from a critter that would have looked like this. This isn't a true whale, but this is like on the line to whales. I think it still has an involucrum, which is an ear bone that today is only found in whales. This guy has it. It's totally unique to whales, and the fact that it shows up in this guy shows that this is a whale ancestor. But we've got so many other examples of proto-whales nowadays that we've got a pretty decent kind of understanding of how these critters came to be. Let's take a look at this. This might be okay. Whale evolution in 2 minutes. Yeah, fair enough. Indo-Hyas right here. And then Ambulocetus. No, Pachycetus. Ambulocetus right here. Let's do our... Let's increase the speed a little bit. In fact, let's put it up to 2 times speed. We've got fossils from each and every one of these critters. It's pretty impressive, really, the record that we have for fossil whales. The whale line is very robust. Absolutely, DMWing. Yeah, the evolution of whales is... Yeah, it's one of those things that's... We've got a really, really excellent record of whale evolution in the fossil record. It's pretty impressive. And yeah, the horse line too, absolutely. The horse line is even more complicated because it's much more bushy. But, yeah. Anywho. And above that first picture, I've lost where we were at, Charlie's Dragon. I'm not sure what you mean. Upstairs Down, thank you for gifting Chaotic Kitten. I appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. Chaotic Kitten, enjoy the gift sub there. Next to Upstairs Down's generosity. Upstairs Down says, as a horse girl, that pleases me. Well. We've got a similar video with the evolution of horses here from Eohippus. Eohippus, by the way, this critter, I have a 3D print of this animal. All fleshed out. This is life-size right here. Little Eohippus. Kind of a cat-sized early horse. This is like... It is one of the earliest horses that we have. It might still be the earliest. But yeah, good old Eohippus. Now painted. It's not painted. It's just a base coat. But yeah, it would look like that. It's a cool critter, a little Eohippus. Anyway, there's little branches that come off the sides for a lot of these, and you've got certain, horse taxa that exist alongside one another. So it's not a neat kind of march of progress like the old Zallinger painting. It's, yeah.
Oh, it's on. Happy holidays, honey.
Happy holidays.
Give the gift of play. Scratchers from the California Lottery.
The Subaru Share the Love event means the world to me.
You can get a great vehicle and support a good cause.
It helps us connect with our community. It shows our true meaning, our core values.
It's really in our DNA. It's amazing.
Nearly $320 million donated to charity.
Nearly 2,300 hometown charities supported.
All because of the Share the Love event.
You're part of something bigger when you get a Subaru.
Get 2.9% for 72 months, and Subaru and our retailers will make a minimum $300 donation to charity.
Now is the perfect time to get away during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. With 0 payments for 90 days on select models. Plus, every Hyundai is backed by America's best warranty. Hurry to the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event before this great offer ends. Drive away now in one of our most popular models with 0% APR and 0 payments for 90 days. Only during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
I did have that right. An illustration that presents 25 million years of human evolution. Yeah, parodies and adaptations. Stephen Jay Gould criticized it, saying the March of Progress is the canonical representation of evolution, the one picture immediately grasped and viscerally understood by all. The straitjacket of linear advance goes beyond iconography to the definition of evolution. The word itself becomes a synonym for progress. But life is not neat and tidy like this. It's a copiously branching bush, continually pruned by the grim reaper of extinction, not a ladder of predictable progress. Yeah. Anyway, interesting stuff. And Sid Vicious says, so what do we evolve to? I don't know, Sid Vicious. We might not evolve into anything. We might end up going extinct. Currently, that's kind of what my money's on. I don't know we're going to be around for much longer, the way things are going. We'll see. We'll see. Salamander says Gould really was the master of saying really simple things in as many words as possible. Yeah. He was a beautiful writer. Not concise. That sounds just like something Denver would say. Yeah. A little Shakespeare to science, yeah. Brevity is the soul of wit. In this 1,100-page essay, I will describe how and why. What's Latin for global crisis? Ape? Terminator rig? I don't know. But yeah. Anywho, where were we? We gotta get back to the topic for today. We were talking about the early history of dinosaurs. And shoot, before we do that, I forgot, we've got to, Here. Let me get the Rherosaurus skull now. We'll do a screenshot with that. And I'll go ahead and post it to Blue Sky here. Yeah. Maybe we'll use a different camera angle. Yeah. Like that. Like this. I can't wait to replace this camera. Holy cow. But, yeah. Let's see, control, print screen. Let's see if that's any good. Open up Photoshop here. And how did yesterday's skull work out? Terminator Pig. I'll show that to you in a minute. Here, remind me. Go create new. 400 DPI, that should work. Good enough. Whatever, it's not going to be perfect. I don't want to be faffing around with this too much. Crop. Save that there. Save to the desktop. And there we go. Printed. Let's see. Screenshots. With bookcases and various 3D prints. Background, okay. Save. And there we go.
Hold on to your butts.
And we'll post a link after that too. Drop in and say hi at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. There we go. Good stuff. Here is a link.
Ancient predecessor of the Tyrannosaurus, mighty hunter of the Jurassic Age.
Albatra, 5 months, 6 months. Thank you for the ongoing support. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Good stuff. Good stuff. Excellent. Yes. It's off center now. I think I had it. Look at that, right? Always a little bit tricky. Get these things to work properly. There we go. That'll do it. Good enough. Yeah. And we're already getting likes and stuff. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate that. 4 likes, excellent. Lenina, Claire, Mizavet, Spavorio, thank you. Good stuff. Anywho, we had some questions and stuff in here. What were they earlier? Now let's just get into what we were talking about. There we go.
What's the secret behind dinosaurs ruling the world? Poop,
this is what we're
vomit,
talking
and a love
about.
For plants. Let's dive into how a plant boom kickstarted their rise to power.
So I'm immediately a little bit suspicious of any video like this that's a little bit too chirpy and like TikTokified, but it's good information in here. It might seem suspect, but no lies detected here, you know? Yeah.
Millions of years ago, dinosaurs weren't the kings of the land. They were just starting out. But everything changed.
So this is in the, middle Triassic period. Dinosaurs are just kind of a minor component of these ecosystems. We were talking about this at the beginning of the stream today before we got sidetracked. So to all of you who have shown up since then, this is what we're talking about. Around the here. Your time. Here's the Mesozoic era, the age of the dinosaurs, as it's often called. Dinosaurs go extinct, except for a handful of birds, 66 million years ago, at the end of the Cretaceous period. But dinosaurs rule the Earth through the Jurassic and the Cretaceous. Dinosaurs first evolve right about in here. And when they do, they're showing up in environments that are ruled by other kinds of animals. Dicynodonts and Rawasuchians and other kinds of non-dinosaur animal like this. Dinosaurs are pretty small, like little Eoraptor or Panphagia here. Here's Herrerasaurus, who is bigger, but is still not necessarily like, big critter on the block. Dinosaurs were promising newcomers. They were rookies that everybody was excited about. But they would not be MVP until later.
When Earth's climate sparked a boom in plant diversity, herbivorous dinosaurs like the tree fern-loving sauropodomorphs adapted fast, snacking on fresh greens and even detoxing with charcoal. Talk about clever vegetarians. How do scientists know? By studying fossilized poop and vomit. Yes, you heard that right.
Yep.
These bromelites reveal ancient diets, from tiny beetles to crushed bones and even toxic plants. Here's the twist. Volcanic activity led to more diverse plants. Herbivorous dinosaurs ate better, grew bigger, and soon outcompeted older.
It's a nice story. I wonder how they actually back this up, though.
Bigger prey, and the carnivores weren't far behind. As lead researcher Grzegorz Niedzwiecki says, eat your veggies, live longer. This diet fueled a 30 million year journey, filling gaps in our understanding of dinosaur evolution. From small beginnings to towering giants, it all started with a love for greens. Love dino
Good stuff.
facts? Like, share and subscribe for more discoveries. LG News.
Yeah. Again, here's a link to this surprisingly well done, quick little blurby video there. Here is a press release for this. This came out last week, November 27th, the day before Thanksgiving, right? Paleontologists from Sweden and Poland have examined hundreds of fossilized samples of feces and vomit from the Polish Basin and Central Europe to reconstruct the rise of the dinosaurs to become the dominant player in Earth's ancient ecosystems. So there is a fossil turd. This is what we call a coprolite. And I know everybody's going to want to laugh at this, get it out of your system right now, but this is really, really important stuff. Fossil dung like this gives us a direct bit of data about what these animals were eating. You can look at the skeletal remains of an extinct animal. You can look at their skeletal morphology, you can look at their teeth. You can speculate or draw inferences about what these animals were doing, what they were eating, what's going on in their ecology, like, where are they in the trophic web and everything. But when you can find their droppings, you actually know directly what they were eating. And that is worth its weight in gold. That is incredibly important. So getting into the press release here, we'll look at the original paper in just a few minutes. Barring any distractions. Not like we ever have distractions on Twitch. Fossil records show that dinosaurs evolved during the middle part of the Triassic period, 247 to 237 million years ago. I'm glad that I'm spot on about that. That's normally what I say. So between... Here we go.
These are just some of the questions that people ask about dinosaurs.
Netlag USA, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So dinosaurs first show up around about here. Probably the Anisian to Ladinian stage of the Middle Triassic period. Middle Triassic. And we don't actually have, good body fossils of the first dinosaurs. Skeletal remains, we just don't have them yet. So I'm really curious to know if they have what they consider to be dinosaur coprolites that are earlier in this. We'll see. So fossils show that dinosaurs evolved during the middle part of the Triassic, 247 to 237 million years ago. However, the domination of dinosaurs in terrestrial ecosystems was not seen until approximately 30 million years later, early in the Jurassic period. That's up here, in the lower Jurassic. So many non-dinosaur tetrapods, so these are like land-living animals, they're not dinosaurs, were displaced during this time. They disappeared and the dinosaurs continued to prosper and take over. But what caused the dinosaurs to dominate the ecosystem has remained in question. Piecing together who ate whom in the past is true detective work, said Uppsala University paleontologist Martin Kvarnström. Being able to examine what animals ate and how they interacted with their environment helps us understand what enabled dinosaurs to be so successful. I'm going to pull up the press release here so that we can actually see some of these authors. There we go. There's a lot of these that are seem like AI generated. Yeah.
Hey everyone! Ever wondered
this is all stock footage. That is not what we're looking for. Go back to the AP one here.
Under many high-powered microscopes and other...
So Emma Dunn, we're going to see her in the press release. And Martin Kvanstrom right
Some
here.
of the most interesting aspects of the work is that the first dinosaurs in the area, they were opportunistic. They were eating in...
We'll get to this in a bit, but here's one of the researchers on this, one of the authors on this paper. That's him there, Martin Kvanstrom. He says, being able to examine what animals ate and how they interacted with their environment helps us understand what enabled dinosaurs to be so successful. So I love that they're taking an ecological approach here, not just looking at taxonomy, phylogenetics. They're actually trying to figure out who's doing what jobs in this ecosystem. Who is eating whom? What are the different roles that these creatures are filling within this ecological landscape like this? You know? Yeah. I love interviews. Are these linked anywhere, says Terminator Pig? Well, here is a link to this press piece right here. And here's a link to this from the AP. Right there, too. Want to see a recreation of that world, says Jazzy Cat. Well, stay tuned, because I think they've got some figures in the paper when we take a look at that. So Dr. Kvanstrom and his colleagues investigated this transition by reconstructing food webs using over 500 fossilized remains of digestive material. So food webs. Food web is kind of like a food chain. Food chain is kind of an antiquated term. But a food web shows who is eating whom and kind of how energy moves through an ecosystem like this. So you've got those producers at the bottom, like that oak tree, and then one level above you've got the primary consumers, the field mouse, the quail, the beetle, the squirrel. Those are all eating the products of that oak tree. And they in turn are eaten by creatures that are one tier above, by the secondary consumers. And so you can see the quail and the field mouse and the squirrel are all eaten by the hawk right there. And so is the beetle too. And the beetle is in turn eaten by the frog, who is sometimes eaten by... I don't know how often wolves eat frogs, but, you know. This is meant to show you the basic concept here of who is eating whom, and how you've got that primary producer at the bottom who's producing food for these other tiers like this. It's a food web, you know? Good stuff. This is kind of one of the... This is like a basis for ecology here. You've got that in terrestrial and in marine ecosystems, too. So you get zooplankton, which feed on phytoplankton, but they are in turn eaten by cnidarians, like jellies and nettles, who are then eaten by sea turtles and fishes. Yeah. If you want to understand what's going on in an ecosystem like this, you have to understand a food web. You know, you've got to understand how the energy is moving through the system like this. And when I say energy, I don't mean some sort of like loosey-goosey, woo-woo term, like, oh, energy, man. No, what I mean is calories. When I say energy, think calories. In this case right here, you have calories that are originally produced by that oak tree, and then the creatures that feed on the products of that oak tree, either they're eating the tree itself or they're eating acorns. Or, you know, they're taking in those calories. And that becomes part of their body. And then their body becomes food for other animals who are consuming those calories. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, not vibes, Claire. This is... When ecologists talk about energy, they mean something actual, real, and measurable, you know? Yeah. Yeah. It's cool stuff. Yeah. And Petrodactylus says it shows, too, how the food that one animal eats can affect another animal that eats the first animal. Yes. That's why I try to feed my lizards insects, veggies, and other healthy foods, because that in turn makes the bugs more nutritious for my lizard. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I see. So you're trying to give a good diet to the insects because you're going to be feeding the insects to your lizards. There you go. Petrodactylus, yeah. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And Muso Muso says, so fossil fuels are technically solar energy? In a sense, yeah. Yeah. In a sense, all of the energy on our planet comes from the sun. Photonic energy like that. Yeah. And you could say, well, Danny, what about geothermal energy? It's like, well, our Earth would not exist in the form that it's in if it weren't for the gravity of the sun. So, yeah. Anyway. But yeah. Yeah. A steak is technically solar energy. In a way, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. So yeah, this is important stuff. And I hope this shows, to a certain extent, how integrative paleontology is. When we're studying fossils, when we're studying the history of life on Earth, we have to take findings from all different scientific fields, from disparate disciplines within science, to make sense of what's going on in the history of life on Earth. So Dr. Kronstrom and his colleagues investigated this transition by reconstructing food webs, like I just showed you, using over 500 fossilized remains of digestive material, such as feces or vomit, known as bromelites. So this is a term that I don't hear very often, but I understand it to be kind of a catch-all term for coprolites, which are fossilized dung, for, what is it, vomitolites? Which are like fossilized vomit. You've got urolites, which are fossilized urine. All of those together, you can call bromelites. It's kind of a grab-bag term for all of those. Oh, regurgitolite. Thank you, Claire Burr. Yes, not vomitolite. Regurgitolites are fossil vomit. These are from the Polish Basin, which spans the late Triassic to earliest Jurassic. I wonder if I can find you an image of this. Polish Basin geology. Here we go. So, geological map of Poland. I don't know nearly enough about Polish Upper Rotligian Basin. Anyway, understand that within the nation of Poland, you've got this big geological basin there with all of these rocks that date back from this time period. There's a particularly cool dicynodont that I think is from here. Is it Lysawischia? Yeah. So this is like practically an elephant-sized dicynodont. Not a dinosaur, but a member of this like proto-mammal group that predates the dinosaurs. And this guy is from Poland, if I remember correctly. Yeah. And Receif says, greetings from Poland. Well, well, well. This is right up your alley. I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. You should be proud. There are some incredible fossils from your nation. Very important stuff. This is from 2018, 6 years ago. But Lysawischia is a pretty cool critter. Mammal-like reptile. It's that there's no such thing. It's a mammal. It's a proto-mammal. Nothing to do with reptiles. But yeah, it is a big critter. And it is from near where? Where in Poland? Critter from? There's one of the same authors on this current paper that we're talking about. There's an author on this paper too. I'm not sure where in Poland it's from. The journal Science. Unfortunately, it is... Oh, it is open access. Well, well, well. Or it's supposed to be. What? Never mind. Anyway, the point is, there's some cool fossils from Poland, and this is one of those critters that you could say, ruled the world before the dinosaurs took over. This is a Dicynodont. A lot like, you know, a lot like Placerius here.
Pangea. This world has been ruled by one group of giant reptiles for over 50 million years.
This is basically a
but
proto-mammal.
These ancient creatures have had their day.
It's kind of
All over
Dicynodont.
these lush fern prairies, a grim evolutionary battle has broken out among the newer types of reptile for supremacy of this strange world. On these Triassic proving grounds, dinosaurs are still comparatively rare, but they are beginning to show the first.
Oh, it's on. Happy holidays, honey.
Happy holidays.
Give the gift of play. Scratchers from the California Lottery.
Here you go, buddy.
Thanks, Dad.
My dad taught me to seek adventure, to respect nature.
Wow, almost there.
To love it.
It's beautiful.
Do you love it? And now I want to protect it. For my son and the next generation. That's why I got a Subaru EV.
Wait for me.
The Subaru Solterra, powered by love. Get special low rates during the Share the Love event, and we'll donate $300 to charity.
There we go. Oh. I'm sneaking. I'm going to creep around here. How did I just do that? I've never even played it before. IHOP.
Nothing brings families together like Xbox and IHOP. Come in for favorites like our new fully loaded French toast and get access to exclusive Xbox merch only at IHOP.
Yep.
These little magic packages can provide really special perspectives on ancient life.
Yep. This is
My
good
name
stuff.
is Karen Chin, and I study ancient ecosystems. And
Yep.
to do that, I often look at fossilized feces.
So I met Karen Chin for the first time in person just about a month ago at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. And I think I kind of embarrassed her a little bit because I asked to take a photo with her. Because I told her that, yeah, well, I don't know. She's very, very well known throughout the field. And she graciously took a photo with me, but she was a little embarrassed. She could be kind of shy. But I told her that we often pull up this video when I'm streaming to help explain this idea of coprolites and why they're so important. And I thanked her for helping put this together, and it was good. She was flattered. Yeah.
Technically known as a coprolite.
So skeletal fossils, they don't always tell you too much about the behavior of animals. Whereas if you look at fossil feces, they are a byproduct of feeding activity of an animal.
Yep.
But in addition to diet, they can also tell you about what organisms might have been living along with the animal that defecated. And coprolites can also tell you about the conditions under which they were preserved. As such, they give us a totally different perspective on an ancient environment than we get from the bones.
Yep.
Sadly, these fecal fortunes are far more rare than skeletal bones.
Yep. They can be difficult to find.
It's paradoxical that an animal only died once in its lifetime, but it defecated gazillions of times.
Yep.
But even so, coprolites from terrestrial animals are much rarer than
They're hard to find.
fossils.
Their scarcity has a lot to do with how fossils are formed.
Most fossils are preserved when they are buried rapidly. That is often a flood event or some landslide. But in addition to that, you have to have some mineralizing agent.
Like phosphorus or calcium from the bones and tissues of a carnivorous dinosaur's prey.
But if you take dung from herbivorous animals, in order to preserve those, you actually need an external source of a mineral, paradoxically, that comes from the bacteria that are feeding on fossil dung. Their metabolic activities can cause minerals to precipitate out.
Yep.
In either case, the resulting coprolites can be incredibly difficult to identify.
Oh, yeah.
Fossil feces can have many different colors. They can be pancake, they can be bulbous, they can be sausage-shaped, and we have to look at several different techniques to try and determine if it is fossil feces or just a pretty rock.
Yeah, so with some of these, they will have a shape where you're like, oh yeah, that's totally a scat right there. That's a poop. It's just shaped like that, you know? I found a lot of crocodile poops in Montana in the Hell Creek Formation because they've got this nice kind of spiral shape to them and they're very easy to identify. The larger the poop is, usually the more difficult it is to identify, so you might have to actually cut it up and look at it under the microscope.
Once she's fairly certain she's got the real deal, Dr. Chin can begin to investigate its origins.
You don't know who the poopatrator was, right? I will first see if I can see anything recognizable on the surface, such as dietary residues or burrows from organism that burrowed in after it was deposited. I may make a thin section of it.
Yep.
Cut out a little piece, and then I grind that down so you can see through it. Again,
like a histo
it's
slide.
almost like you're in the field. You're like searching around the slide. Oh, what is that? Clues that say these are plant cells, these are animal cells, this is a piece of bone, it's a piece of shell.
Dr. Chin and her colleagues can then start to get into the nitty-gritty.
I might do a chemical analysis of it to see what kind of mineralogy it had. You can look at
These are things that'll show up in this paper too, so I'm glad we're watching this.
Or isotopic analyses. This is a kind of a new field in studying coprolites.
And with new techniques can come new insights.
One of my colleagues, James Super, analyzed some coprolites from the Arctic. Inside, he found compounds that give us clues about how warm it was 78 million years ago above the Arctic Circle.
Very cool.
All the coprolites Dr. Chin has examined, none have provided more insights than those from western Montana's Two Mountains Formation.
Egg Mountain.
I have spent many years studying
I've spent some
these
time there too.
coprolites, and one thing that they revealed early on was the presence of very distinctive burrows that indicate the activity of dung beetles.
As well as the occasional snail shell. More importantly,
they were filled with tiny pieces of conifer wood.
Dr. Chin mulled over those wood fibers until she realized that the dinosaur that ate them wasn't just munching on a pine tree.
So why would these animals be eating bark? A plant-eating dinosaur, presumably a duck-billed dinosaur. Why would they be eating tree bark? It's not very nutritious. What's going on there? What do you think, chat? What do you think? What are they doing? Lack of food, says Sid Vicious. Fiber? Barking up the wrong tree to purge themselves like a cat eating grass? Brushing their teeth? Medicine? Getting the sap, antibiotics, stuff in the bark? We've got a couple of correct answers in there, which I did not read. You know who you are.
Wood had actually been rotted before the dinosaurs ingested it.
Yeah.
We don't have modern mega herbivores like elephants making a practice of feeding on rotting wood.
So it is a real surprise. What are they doing?
That was a real surprise.
But Dr. Chin had a hunch that maybe these duck-billed dinosaurs had been snacking on something else entirely.
Yeah.
Vertebrates frequent rotting wood. So
if
those dinosaurs needed a good source of protein, they go to a rotten log, and that's a great way to find proteinaceous invertebrates.
And so this is from the Two Medicine Formation. Presumably this is from in or near Egg Mountain, this major nesting site for duck-billed dinosaurs. For Maiasaura in particular. Find you one of Doug Henderson's beautiful illustrations of this. Here we go. This nesting ground where these hundreds or thousands of dinosaurs would congregate in order to lay their eggs and raise their young. Here. If you're a mother dinosaur and you're looking to lay your eggs, you're going to need some extra protein. Holy cow. You want your offspring to be as fit and healthy as possible, so you're going to want a lot of protein. Maybe this is a way to get that.
If those dinosaurs needed a good source of protein, they go to a rotten log, and that's a great way to find proteinaceous invertebrates.
Her hypothesis.
And I love that she says invertebrates, too. She doesn't say insects, because it's not just insects. Some of the other arthropods and invertebrates. Invertebrates isn't just arthropods, too. It could be snails, slugs. Could also be isopods, aka pillbugs, or whatever your local regional name for these critters is. These are not insects. They're not. They're kind of terrestrial crustacean. There you go. A land crustacean, Claire Burr. And coisopod, yeah. Yeah, sorry. It could be that dinosaurs like Maiasaura were trying to eat those guys, you know?
Proteinaceous invertebrates.
Her hypothesis was backed up when colleagues at the Denver Museum of Natural History and Science made their own fecal find.
They found coprolites in the Kaparowitz Formation, which is the same age as a Tirmedicin. They also have rotted wood inside. They also have evidence of dung beetles inside. But in addition, they have actually pieces of broken up crustaceans.
Yep.
They were clearly...
So those crustaceans, they might be isopods or maybe they're crayfish. I don't know. I'd have to ask Karen. I should have asked Karen when I met her. But yeah. Neat stuff. And Sid Vicious says, what? Yeah, so isopods like that. Pillbugs, not insects. Yeah. Here. Let me show you. Isopods are an order of crustaceans. So some of them live on sandy beaches and stuff like that. There's a woodlouse right there. Really up-close picture of it. But yeah, pillbugs, roly-polies, sowbugs, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, Armadillidium, this is a really common genus of pillbug there. They're not insects. They are crustaceans. And yeah, many of them can roll up into balls like this. Pretty cool, right? Isopods. They are neat critters. They are cutie patooties. Coisopod, yeah. A good friend of mine actually raises isopods. He's got a little collection going in his apartment in San Francisco. Snail Chaser. If you follow him on stream, and you ask very nicely, while he's streaming, he might even get the isopods out and show you during one of his streams. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and aren't insects crustaceans? I mean, maybe kind of Mayor Space. Yeah, that gets into a whole thing. Yeah, the pan-crustacea hypothesis. Yeah, there's been some recent research that suggests that insects might be part of the group Crustacea. There we go, insects, right there. And then we go further out, hexapods. Pan-crustacea, yeah. So... Anywho. A clade that comprises all crustaceans, all hexapods, insects, and relatives. Yeah, anyway. You can read more about this if you'd like to. But the point is, pillbugs, sowbugs, roly-polies are not insects. They're not. So yeah. Yeah, and our triops isopods, I think they're a different kind of crustacean, Wolfulus.
Good morning, sir. I'm the census taker. Are you married or happy?
Triops are tadpole shrimp. Yeah, so... Here, let me find isopods on here. Isopoda is the clade name right there. Here's our isopods. And then triops are a different kind of crustacean. They are going to be way over here. There you go. Tadpole shrimp. Anyway. And so Sid Vicious says, so they ate them to get protein, and they ate the wood on the tree, bark basically indirectly. Yeah, that's the idea here. Yeah.
They also have evidence of dung beetles inside. But in addition, they have...
Gotta get them gains, yeah, Spalvorio.
Crustaceans. They were clearly broken up, so they were ingested.
Yep.
Put together, these plain lumpy rocks reveal a whole ecosystem.
We have hadrosaurs, we have conifers, we have white rot fungi, and we have dung beetles and snails, all in this one ecosystem, and we have fossil evidence of how these guys interacted. We can't get that from simple body fossils.
Important stuff. And so that gets into these new findings. The stuff in the early Mesozoic. So yeah, over 500 fossilized remains of bromelites from the Polish Basin. The research material was collected over a period of 25 years, said Dr. Grzegorz Niedzielski, paleontologist at Uppsala University and the Polish Geological Institute. It took us many years to piece everything together into a coherent picture. Our research is innovative because we have chosen to understand the biology of early dinosaurs based on their dietary preferences. There were many surprising discoveries along the way. Analyses of these remains, including 3D imaging of the internal structures to reveal undigested food contents, were compared to the existing fossil record, along with climate and plant data, to estimate the changes in size and abundance of vertebrates during this period. These data indicate that non-dinosaur tetrapods, so critters like those dicynodonts, like these guys, they were displaced by the omnivorous ancestors of early dinosaurs, who evolved to become the first carnivorous and herbivorous dinosaurs towards the end of the Triassic. At this point, the researchers suggest that environmental changes linked to increased volcanic activity may have led to a more diverse range of plants to feed on, followed by the emergence of larger and more diverse species. So later on, you start to, move away from guys like this. You get other bigger dinosaurs that start to show up. Things like Plateosaurus here. And I'll find you a clip of Plateosaurus. There we go. Yeah.
And they are left to fend for themselves from the moment they enter the world.
Some little baby ones there.
But there are differences. This allows tiny hatchlings to grow into adults that are 50 times their size. They're part of the reptile family tree.
Plateosaurus.
Their own unique branch.
Yeah. This is when dinosaurs start to get big.
Early giants like Plateosaurus.
And you are indeed correct, Scorch Hellfire and Bruce Spaghetti. That is Gordon Freeman himself, right there from the Fallout video games, right? I know what's up. I'm on Twitch. I know what all the kids know, Yeah. Let's continue before anybody corrects me.
Can reach the new, taller food sources. Their stomachs can digest the tough conifer needles. And their sheer volume helps them maintain a higher body temperature day and night.
Yeah, Plateosaurus.
It's a winning formula that will herald a new age.
Yeah, the age of the dinosaurs. Good stuff. So that's what happens at the end of the Triassic, is you get big plant eaters like Plateosaurus showing up. And that, according to these researchers, might be due to increased volcanism. You might have, more volcanic soils, which lead to higher quality plant material, which lead to larger herbivores. This in turn led to the evolution of larger carnivorous dinosaurs by the beginning of the Jurassic period and completed the transition to dinosaur domination within the ecosystem. This analysis sheds light on the emergence of dinosaur dominance within the ecosystem of the Polish Basin. Our results support the idea that stochastic processes, that's kind of like short and sudden and kind of like out of nowhere, processes like that, coupled with a competitive advantage, enabled the enormous evolutionary success of dinosaurs, the author said. The dinosaurs rose to supremacy in a stepwise fashion across 30 million years of evolution. We suggest that the processes shown by the Polish data may explain global patterns, shedding new light on the environmentally governed emergence of dinosaur dominance and gigantism that endured until the end Cretaceous mass extinction. The team's paper was published in the journal Nature. Normally, Nature is a paywalled journal. However, today, it seems like the authors paid to have that be open access, non-paywalled, available to everybody. So here we go.
Access granted.
There is a link to that paper right there. Yeah, good stuff. And Bruce Spaghetti says, very fast, across 30 million years. It probably didn't even take that long, honestly. There were some talks at SVP that hint at dinosaurs much larger than we expect, still in the Triassic period. So the increasing size of dinosaurs probably happened even earlier than that. But yeah, still fast at the scale, I suppose. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. So let's take a look at the original paper. I think it's really important to show original scientific literature on Twitch when we're doing science outreach like this. Because when you hear about a scientific paper, that is what this means. This is the currency of science. As scientists, when we're trying to communicate ideas to other scientists, we get published in the scientific literature like this. It's a long process, it takes a lot of work, it can take years. But when you get a paper out like this, that is announcing to the world, hey, we've got a cool finding here, we want to show everybody. That can be a little bit opaque to outsiders sometimes, to members of the general public. There could be a lot of jargon, it might not be the easiest to understand, but that's what I'm here for, to help answer your questions, translate this to the best of my ability into plain language for everybody. So we're going to get into it. Talk facts to children, says Wombat Hole. That's not what I mean. I don't mean that in a condescending way. Shoot. But yeah. Yeah. So what we're going to do is take a look at the abstract here. This is a short summary of the paper. The analogy that I like to use is, think about like a movie trailer, except the movie trailer also is full of spoilers. It just gives away the end of the movie. That's what this is. It's a short summary, start to finish, what the paper's all about. So as a scientist, I read a lot of abstracts every day. If it's interesting, then maybe you go and read part of the rest of the paper. Maybe you read the whole rest of the paper. But the abstract is like, this is the summary that gives you the gist of what the paper is. You know, it's a TLDR. There you go, Scorch Hellfire. Yes. Yeah. Anyhow, the early radiation of dinosaurs, so their early evolution and diversification, remains a complex and poorly understood evolutionary event. I agree. Here we use hundreds of fossils with direct evidence of feeding to compare trophic dynamics. So like food web dynamics. Trophic is like, you know, eating, like a food chain kind of thing. To look at, you know, who's eating who across 5 vertebrate assemblages. So across 5 different fossil sites that have vertebrate animals in them. Animals with backbones, like dinosaurs, for instance. That record this event, the rise of the dinosaurs, in the Triassic to Jurassic succession. So going from the Triassic period into the Jurassic period of the Polish Basin in Central Europe. Bromelites, fossil digestive products, that could be fossil vomit or fossil poop, or maybe urolites might also count too, fossil pee. Increase in size and diversity across the interval. Interesting. So these presents that these animals were leaving, those presents increase in size and diversity across the interval, indicating the emergence of larger dinosaur faunas with new feeding patterns. Well-preserved food residues in bromelite taxon associations. So finding evidence of like what the critters were eating in these poops and pukes, when we can tie those poops and pukes to a certain species, that's what a bromelite taxon association means, tying that to the actual critter, enable broad inferences of trophic interactions. So when you can figure out who is pooping and puking, figure out what they're eating because of that, and figure out who is doing the pooping and puking and the eating, that can give you a sense for who's eating what in this ecosystem, you know? Scorch Hellfire says, I love science. Poops and pukes and bees. Yeah. Again, trying to de-jargonize this to the best of my ability. So our results, the authors say, integrated with climate and plant data. So they're looking at records of changing climate during this time too, and the changing foliage, new types of plants evolving and going extinct. They indicate a stepwise increase of dinosaur diversity. So, like, rather than a sudden explosion of diversity, you get a little bit more diversity, a little bit more, stepwise like that. And ecospace occupancy in the area. So dinosaurs also moving into different environments, taking up different ecological jobs. This involved, 1, a replacement of non-dinosaur guild members. So the other critters in this environment, the Dicynodonts, the Rawasuchians, big cynodonts and things like that, Rhynchosaurs, all these critters that were previously occupying these jobs, dinosaurs are starting to take over during this time. And you can tell that from the poops and pukes. Replacement of non-dinosaur guild members, all those other guys getting replaced by dinosaurs, by opportunistic and omnivorous dinosaur precursors. So dinosaurs and their immediate ancestors, they're just like, yeah, we'll do that. We'll eat this, we'll eat that. We'll do this job. And they slowly start to take over. Followed by, number 2, the emergence of insect and fish-eating theropods. So 2-legged, meat-eating dinosaurs, theropods. They're eating insects, they're eating fishes too. And small ornivorous dinosaurs show up too, dinosaurs eating plants and meat. Climate change in the latest Triassic resulted in substantial vegetation changes. Oh, I'm going to skip this one because there's lyrics in it. Climate change in the latest Triassic resulted in substantial vegetation changes. So the climate is changing at the end of the Triassic, and that drives the evolution of different kinds of plants. That paved the way for an expansion of herbivore ecospace. So different kinds of plant-eating dinosaurs can evolve now and take advantage of these new plants. Suddenly there's new jobs. There's new plants to eat. You can get really big as plant eaters. And the replacement of Pseudotsuchian and Therapsid herbivores. So again, that's the replacement of these guys, Therapsids, like Dicynodonts and Cynodonts, and Pseudotsuchians, things like Aedosaurus here. These guys get replaced by new plant-eating dinosaurs. Large sauropodomorphs and early ornithischians, these new dinosaurs that ingested food of a broader range, including burnt plants. So plants that were burnt in forest fires, they're like, we'll eat those. Finally, theropods rapidly evolved, it's the meat-eating dinosaurs, and developed enormous sizes in response to the appearance of a new herbivore guild. So the plant eaters get big, and suddenly you've got big meat-eating dinosaurs that evolve to eat those big plant eaters. We suggest that the processes shown by the Polish data may explain global patterns. So it could be what we're seeing in Poland is happening around the world at this time, shedding new light on the environmentally governed emergence of dinosaur dominance and gigantism that endured until the end Cretaceous mass extinction. So basically, this pattern that we see throughout the whole rest of the Mesozoic...
Oh, it's on. Happy holidays, honey.
Happy holidays.
Give the gift of play. Scratchers from the California Lottery.
This is a nightmare.
Someone call for a nightmare?
Hang on. That's your nightmare? Some roof damage? I'm a professional. I deal with real nightmares. You just need to sing the State Farm jingle.
State Farm jingle?
Do it!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm can help with your claim. We're here when you need us.
Great. Can you get rid of it?
Ooh, who we getting rid of? Wait.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
96% of Subaru Foresters sold in the past 10 years are still on the road. That's more than Toyota RAV4. The Subaru Forester.
Get special low rates during the Share the Love event, and we'll donate $300 to charity.
Prescriptions, co-pays, lab tests. Even with insurance, healthcare can cost thousands every year. But not for me, because I'm enrolled in VA Healthcare. My service was then. My benefits are now. Get what you earned. Visit choose.va.gov.
And then you've got these different animals right here. Dicynodonts, Metoposaurs, coelacanths, dinosaurs. All throughout here. That's cool stuff. This is really, really neat. There's so much information in here, it's kind of hard to keep track. Yeah. And Rhacodactylus says, that's a very busy graphic. It is, Rhacodactylus. And I'm like 99% certain it's because either the journal has a limit on the number of graphics it allows, or it charges per graphic. It might be both in this case. This is in the journal Nature, which is one of the two high-impact journals that we have in Paleo. And I think Nature has long been really stingy about figures. Again, this is really, really busy, too. There's so much information in here. They probably did have, like, a figure limit. Yeah. Yeah. But this is really cool. We've got these fossil arthropods and this bit of, I presume, fossil dung here. This looks like a fossil lungfish. Here. Very cool. Feeding evidence, the figure caption says, inferred from bite marks and synchrotron scan bromelites from Krasiau, Lisowicz, and Soltikiau. I want to find this one right here. A is big spiral bromelite, presumably from the large dipnoan Ticoceratotus, containing a semi-articulated fish. Oh, very cool. So they're saying this is a puke from a big old lungfish. Really neat. An animal probably kind of similar to this. This is Neoceratotus, this great big lungfish that you can find in Australia nowadays. Beautiful animal, one of my favorite critters. These were super abundant during the Mesozoic. They were all over the place. Big lungfishes like this, and they are predatory. They eat other fishes. They eat crustaceans. They eat lots of smaller animals. Really neat. This is thought to be a smaller fish that this fish ate and then puked up all of the scales that it couldn't digest. So it's basically like a fish pellet there. Pretty neat. And what is this? B right here is bite marks and bone-rich bromelites attributed to the Archosaur smock, exemplified by a Dicynodont fibula with tooth marks. Okay. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so we've got tooth marks there on the fibula of a Dicynodont. Very cool. Anyway, so looking at what these animals are eating through the fossil record like this, looking at evidence of feeding behavior, whether it's pukes or poops or bite marks, or I think in some cases footprints too, they help kind of elucidate who's eating what during this time. And Alan Beads says, hey guys, first time here. Welcome, Alan Beads. It's good to have you here. And Decay says, what would a coelacanth be referred as? Spelling? What do you mean, Decay? Could you rephrase your question? I'm not sure. Because this is a lungfish, a dipnoan, rather than a coelacanth. There are coelacanths that show up in this figure here. That's clearly a coelacanth right there, number 5. And number 4 would be a lungfish there. Here, I can embiggen this for you. I realize that's real small. That's big as we can get it. But, yeah, number 5 is a coelacanth right here. Number 4 is a lungfish right there. You can tell just by their silhouettes. But, yeah. Anyhow. Pretty cool. The late Triassic bromelites, these fossils of poops and pukes, show a big disparity and contain a wide range of food remains, including tetrapod bone and tooth fragments, fish remains, plants, bivalves, and exceptionally preserved arthropods, including numerous beetles and cycloid larvae. The repeatability of their shapes and contents allows a characterization of morphological groups and identification of probable producers. But because we see a consistent pattern, because these authors, rather, see a consistent pattern in the shapes of these poops and pukes, they're like, oh, okay, this is pretty typical of this is pretty typical of that. When you get a big sample size, you can start to figure out what are your consistent shapes, and then who do those probably come from. So you can make inferences and say, this probably comes from this kind of animal, this probably comes from that kind of animal. Given that you find the fossils of those animals nearby, too. You know they're in that environment. So sometimes you can match up the poops and pukes to the critters, which is really important for this paper. Bromelites that were subjected to molecular analysis share similar molecular compositions with a prominence of the polar fraction of a small proportion of aromatic compounds. So they're actually doing some chemistry on this for further analysis to figure out, like, what are some other patterns that we could pick up. That's cool. The identification of such compounds as N-alkynes with alkanes with predomination of short-chain homologs supports the influence of bacteria during the mineralization process. Neat. That's kind of like Karen Chin was talking about in the video, how the bacteria on those that were like digesting those poops, they actually helped it preserve. Because they're releasing chemicals that kind of act as like a catalyst for fossilization. Very cool. So we've got stuff from hybodont sharks, actinopterygians and sarcopterygians, temnospondylus, therapsids, dicynodonts, archosauromorphs, dinosaur forms like Silosaurus. All these critters doing their thing and leaving poops and pukes around. And there's that figure there. And then we'll get into like discussion and stuff. It's a Nature paper, so it's gonna be pretty short. Looks like. the Terrestrial Herbivore Guild, big plant-eating animals, like that job being a big terrestrial plant eater, completely taken over by sauropodomorph and ornithischian dinosaurs by the mid to late Rhaetian and earliest Hatangian stages. That kind of fits with what we would presume from the body fossils, so it's cool to see a similar signal from bromelites. Really neat stuff. We saw some of this in the press release earlier, but here we go. Beautiful figure right here. Early on, before the rise of the dinosaurs, there we go. The mid to late Carnian stage of the Triassic. You've got producers. You've got early dinosauromorphs like this critter. This is presumably Silosaurus right here. A minor component in this ecosystem. Non-dinosaurs are the big players. The big Rawasuchians are at the top of the food chain. Critters like this. You've got big Dicynodonts like Lusawischia right here. You've got big Aedosaurs. These are the primary plant eaters. You've got Metoposaurs there in the water that are eating all kinds of different critters. You've got Phytosaurs, you've got Hybodont sharks and lungfish and coelacanths. You've got Cynodonts and other therapsids like that. This is what it looks like early on, but you move up in time a little bit to the late Norian or earliest Rhaetian, and dinosaurs are already starting to take over. You get big carnivorous dinosaurs like the Herrerasaurids and Coelophysoids. You get plant-eating dinosaurs like, this is presumably like Pisanosaurus or something like that, an early Ornithischian. And you get smaller meat-eating dinosaurs here too, other Coelophysoids and critters like that. So they're slowly starting to take over, and these other groups are starting to get pushed out. The Dicynodonts are probably dwindling in number. The Aedosaurs are gone by this point. You move further up in time, and you have dinosaur dominance starting. The early Hatangian here, this is the beginning of the Jurassic period. You've got these multiple sauropodomorph and ornithischian dinosaur lineages. You've got these theropods. Big theropods have taken over. Everybody else is just pushed to the margins. Pretty cool that you could track this through fossil poops and pukes. You know? Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. And is number 23 a small mammal? It is indeed, yeah. This has got a circle around it because I guess it's not supposed to be to scale with the rest of these. This is something like Morganucodon. Yeah. In fact, that's exactly what it is. That's the same silhouette right there. Yeah. This is a Triassic, kind of proto-mammal. I don't think it's a true mammal yet, but it's on its way. There it is right there. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Really, really neat. I love when you've got a thoughtful figure like this that kind of just outlines the whole point of the paper. And this is even more intuitive. Super neat. So, in a low diversity gymnosperm flora, so like in a kind of a plant ecosystem where there's just a few kinds of plants, not super exciting, not high diversity, you've got dinosaurs just starting off right there, the first dinosaurs, and an ecosystem dominated by other critters like this. But over time, those dinosaurs start to push everybody else out. They start to diversify. They start to become a more and more important part of this ecosystem. Like that. They're moving up high into the trophic web, so like your top predators are now dinosaurs here. And your plant eaters are starting to exert pressure on these other existing plant eaters, these Dicynodonts. And soon you just have dinosaur takeover like this. Everybody else is pushed to the margins. This is what we think from skeletal evidence, and now we've got bromelites. We've got poops and pukes to back that story up. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah. Really neat stuff. Yeah. And, oh, people are getting hung up on the little mammaliform guy. So Morganucodon is not a true mammal. It's like from an early side branch. So this is not an ancestor of today's mammals. This is like a little mammal-y guy. It's not a crown group mammal. So Morganucodon is it's like an early offshoot. Kind of like an opossum. No, it's not a marsupial. Opossums are marsupials. These guys are little egg-laying kind of proto-mammals that are they're related to the ancestor of all the mammals we have today, if that makes sense. Yeah. So if something is a true mammal, that means that it's on the line that goes to the monotremes, the marsupials, and the placental mammals like we have today. So yeah. And multituberculates are true mammals, Claire, as I understand it. But they're, well, now they're all extinct. But yeah. This is even more, quote-unquote, primitive than multituberculates. By, like, a long shot. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Synapsid number 11, says Jody Fish. Where was that? Oh, good song. Number 11. I'm not seeing a number 11 here. Oh no, this is a, yeah, what is that?
A real mean kid.
Iger Zoom, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. And would it qualify as a synapsid? Absolutely, Jody Fish, yeah. That is 1,000,000% a synapsid. Morganucodon, 1,000,000% a synapsid, yes. But yeah, who is number 11 there? Is that, like a gliding reptile? Who is that? I don't know if there's a key here. But that might be... It's not Icarosaurus. Who would that be? I'm not sure. I don't know who that is. But yeah. Yeah. And Ken says, aren't multis between monotremes and therians in some sort of recent phylogenies? I think they've kind of jumped around a bit in different cladograms. But the latest I've heard, I think, is that monotremes are supposed to be more primitive. Or, excuse me, multis are supposed to be earlier diverging than monotremes. But I could be wrong. Yeah. And Lenina? Oh, thanks. I love the white stripes. Anywho, really, really cool. This is such a cool figure. That's really awesome. I love a good figure in a paper like this. Yeah. So anyway, it's interesting that they're correlating high diversity pteridosperm / fern flora. So like plants diversify and dinosaurs take over. You get ferns all over the place. Ferns like this. And like this. I try and be thoughtful about my backgrounds on any given day. But they're kind of tying the success and dominance of dinosaurs like this to the rise of plants like that. Ferns diversifying and dinosaurs taking advantage of that. You know? Yeah. And Mayor Spaces has the line where we define the beginning of mammal just been drawn wherever we might find the common ancestor of placentals, monotremes, and marsupials. Mayor Space? Yes. Yeah. That's basically how it works. If something is a true mammal if it's descended from the ancestor of the crown group mammals today. Placentals, and marsupials, which together form Theria, and then the monotremes. If you descend from the common ancestor of those three groups, from the most recent common ancestor of them, then you are a true mammal. That's how I understand it. The crown group, exactly, Ken, yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. I can't wait to read this in full. Despite the biases and uncertainties of the fossil record, for example, selective preservation or sampling of rocks, animals, tissues, and environments, we demonstrate that an integrated analysis of body fossils, tracks, and bromelites are fossil poops and pukes, provide robust pictures of past food webs, casting new light on early dinosaur evolution and the origin of the first complex dinosaur faunas with mega-herbivores and predators. The apparent changes in bromelite morphologies and their contents are easily explained given the shift in faunal composition, the shift in who's there in those environments, and tetrapod diversity across the late Triassic and early Jurassic interval. These conclusions are further supported by the fact that the studied bromelites, the poops and pukes, originate from similar sedimentary environments, and that herbivore bromelites, which are typically rare, have been recovered from all biotas. Our data suggest that climatic and environmental changes and the ensuing substantial transformations of vegetation were an important stimulus for the development of dinosaur faunas in the late Triassic ecosystems of the Polish Basin. The data also indicate that the main environmental changes that occurred at the very end of the Triassic period paved the way for the early radiation and increased abundance of dinosaurs. Our results support the idea that stochastic processes, coupled with a competitive advantage, enabled the enormous evolutionary success of dinosaurs. In sum, the dinosaurs rose to supremacy in a stepwise fashion across 30 million years of evolution. Thanks to an increased resolution of the fossil record and stratigraphical control in regional basins across this time, we can use data to describe these steps, here presented as 5 distinct phases, which we believe can also describe global patterns. This is really, really cool stuff. And I'm excited about it. Again, here's a link to the paper, if you'd like to read it. And we're going to skip this song, because this one's really kind of shrill. There we go. Yeah. Anywho. I hope that makes sense. Yeah. And Mayorspace says, could we arbitrarily draw the line further back and call the extinct lines mammals too? It's not arbitrary, though, if you're actually talking about the origin of different clades. Like, that is a concrete thing, Mayorspace. Yeah. Is there another criteria besides whoever is still alive today? Well, the groups that are alive today share a common ancestor. So it's that origin point, that node there, that defines mammals. That's where we've put the divider for mammals. We've got mammaliaforms beyond that. So Morganucodon, however you want to say it, is a mammaliaform, right? Mammaliaformes. A clade of synapsid tetrapods that includes the crown group mammals and their closest extinct relatives. So we have another term for that already. We call them mammaliaformes. Yeah. So this is defined as the clade originating from the most recent common ancestor of Morganucodon, and the crown group mammals. Yeah. And crown group mammals are the clade originated with the most recent common ancestor of monotremes, marsupials, and placentals. So there you go. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. You'd have to change the characters that define that clade. There you go, Ken. Yeah. Yeah. And, oh, yeah. Cherovopterus. Yes. Thank you, Jody Fish. Cherovopteryx is this weirdo gliding critter. It's not a lizard. It's some sort of weirdo sauropsid. weirdo gliding reptile like this. Just nuts. The Triassic is such a weird and cool time. Where you've got... It's just wild. Look at that. Yeah. Chaerovopteryx. Pretty neat. Yeah. Pretty awesome. So again, those guys were in this diagram here. There we go. No wonder I didn't recognize it. This looks so blobby right here, you know? Yeah. An evolutionary experiment. Yeah, it's true. Jazzy Cat. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And Scorch Hellfire says, looks like something James Cameron would have in an Avatar movie. Yeah, they're pretty weird and cool, these guys. So Chaerovopteryx is only known from a single fossil and is the only glider with a membrane surrounding the pelvis instead of the pectoral girdle. Pretty neat. It's from Kyrgyzstan. Yeah. Pretty weird. And at the same time and place, you've got Longisquama, too. Longisquama, who even knows what that thing is? Yeah, these guys. Another kind of weirdo lizardy thing that's not a lizard, but it's got these long frond things coming off of the back. Yeah, that's a good question. There is an idea that maybe they use those to glide, or maybe they're just for showing off. We don't really know. So anyway, the point is the Triassic period is incredibly weird, and you have all of these bizarre, like, evolutionary experiments going on. All of these weirdo groups all doing their thing. You also have Drepanosaurs at the same time, too. Not a dinosaur, but this weirdo chameleon-y type thing. They're super strange, and they've got, like, a claw at the end of their tail. Not a claw, but surely it's some kind of osteoderm. But presumably it was prehensile. Presumably these guys were arboreal. They really remind me of like a silky anteater. Similar kind of morphology, probably. And yeah, we're not really sure what they're related to. There's all kinds of weird stuff going on like this in the Triassic. And then slowly but surely, like all of the weird things here in brown, Chaerovopteryx, Cynodonts, Aedosaurs, Dicynodonts, these big Pseudotsuchian, Rawasuchians, they start to get pushed out as dinosaurs start to evolve, and they start taking up that whole, like, you know, food web right there, and then it's just the dinosaur show until the end of the Cretaceous. Yeah. 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 Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. It looks awesome as heck. I want 10 of them as pets, says Rhacodactylus. Yeah, Drepanosaurus. A weird and interesting animal. Super strange. They are so neat. Yeah. Yeah. Arboreal reptile that lived during the Triassic. I don't think we really know what they're related to. Yeah, classification. Sometimes considered part of the Protorosauria, which may or may not be an actual natural group. In any case, it is clear that Drepanosaurs are indeed diapsid reptiles, but what's going on beyond that? Unclear. And take a look at that tail. Look at that hook there on the tail. Almost like a claw at the end. Presumably for hanging onto branches, for climbing. Yeah, really weird and cool. Drepanosaurs are just bizarre. But they're one of those critters that die out at the end of the Triassic, or maybe even before the very end of the Triassic. They're so weird. And they're about the size of an iguana. Vespi. They're not big. I think we had yeah, some of them are small too, like this. Yeah, about iguana-sized. Something like that. That'd be a very big one right there. Yeah. How do you know it wasn't like a scorpion stinger? I think because it's not hollow. Yeah. They may have used it for defense, but it wouldn't have been venomous. Like, we've got no reason to think it would be venomous, you know? Yeah. But yeah, they're really weird and cool. Yeah.
This isn't a hostile takeover. This is a merger.
You need me.
You need me, and I need an answer.
Then it's Peanut Butter Group and Chocolatey. 50-50.
We'll iron out those details later. We got him.
The business world was rocked today by the merger of the Peanut Butter Group and Chocolatey Corp.
It's peanut buttery, it's chocolatey, it's going to change everything.
We're bullish for Jif PVC.
We did it.
No, you did it.
Jif. It's that Jiffing good.
Bring Latin heat to iced coffee.
This is ludicrous.
All right, who called for ludicrous? Oh, you don't need me. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Just file a claim on the app or call us.
Lovely home, by the way.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prescriptions, co-pays, lab tests. Even with insurance, healthcare can cost thousands every year. But not for me, because I'm enrolled in VA Healthcare. My service was then. My benefits are now. Get what you earned. Visit choose.va.gov.
96% of Subaru Foresters sold in the past 10 years are still on the road. That's more than Toyota RAV4. The Subaru Forester.
Get special low rates during the Share the Love event, and we'll donate $300 to charity.
Oh, what to make of them? Sure, they look kind of like chameleons, but their heads are all wrong. Not at all like other reptiles. And chameleons don't show up in the fossil record for another 120 million years after these guys. So for a long time, some experts thought that these animals were close ancestors of birds. I myself don't see it. But it turns out the Triassic was full of animals like this, creatures that look a lot like other more modern species, even though they're not closely related to them at all. In addition to the Drepanosaurs, the Triassic was home to the Phytosaurs, which could easily be mistaken for crocodiles, and Ichthyosaurs, which looked a whole lot like porpoises, even though they were reptiles. There was a host of creatures whose body plans would show up again and again, much later in time, by completely unrelated species. So why were the animals of the Triassic like this? What made them look like animals that lived much later and that they weren't related to? The answer—
That's adaptive radiation, baby. This is, I think she's going to talk about the end Permian extinction, how, like, the slate was basically wiped clean, and the survivors had to take over and start doing new jobs and diversify into all of these different body plants.
It has to do with how evolution works and with the timing of the Triassic itself, when life was trapped between two mass extinctions. Drepanosaurs were unknown to scientists until the late 1970s, when the first species, Drepanosaurus ungui caudatus, was named based on fossils found in Italy. And since then, only a handful of others have been named, all from Triassic rocks in the northern hemisphere. Scientists originally thought that Drepanosaurs were just weird early lizards, but the more they looked at them, the more confusing they became. These creatures had grasping hands, arched backs, and thick muscular tails. Some kinds, like Megalancosaurus, even had prehensile tails, with a claw-like hook on the end that helped them hold on to branches. And the heads on these animals weren't like those on other reptiles. They had pointed snouts, big eyes, and sometimes beaks instead of teeth, making them look a lot less like lizards and more like featherless birds. Their necks were bird-like too, with vertebrae that were saddle-shaped, giving them a greater range of motion. Now, because their heads and necks were so bird-like, some researchers in the 90s thought Drepanosaurs must have had something to do with the early evolution of birds themselves, despite the fact that the rest of their bodies looked nothing like birds. But in 2017, things started to become more clear when the pristine skull of a new Drepanosaur species was reported in New Mexico. The new genus was named Avicranium, or birdhead, and it brought the relationship between Drepanosaurs and other reptiles into sharper focus. It turned out that any resemblance this Drepanosaur had to birds was pretty superficial. Its ears, for instance, lacked eardrums and were more like the ears of early reptiles than those of birds. In fact, researchers compared more than 300 of its anatomical features with other early reptiles and concluded that Drepanosaurs were one of the earliest branching lineages of reptiles, probably diverging in the late Permian period. And like all early reptiles, the
Hang on, my earbud disconnected. Let me... Stupid thing.
ancestors of Drepanosaurs probably looked superficially like lizards, even though they weren't closely related to them. They had short necks, low-slung bellies, and long tails, with limbs sticking out from the sides of the body. So what happened to them? How did Drepanosaurs go from being pretty familiar with reptiles to animals so strange it took experts decades to figure out what they were? And how did these changes happen in such a short span of time? It's because the Triassic was basically the meat in an extinction sandwich. The entire Triassic period is a window of just 52 million years between two major extinction events. At the early end, there was the Great Dying, which eradicated about 70% of terrestrial species and 90% of marine life. On the other end, there was the aptly named Triassic extinction, which wiped out more than half of all animal species. But in between, there...
And that's the one that allowed the dinosaurs to just completely take over afterward. You know, dinosaurs were... They were starting to become more and more common and push other animals out of their ecospace prior to that, it seems. But at the end, Triassic extinction, it's all over. You know, like, dinosaurs just take over the world after that.
This whole wide, still mostly livable world. And for the survivors of the Great Dying, this was a completely different world, one with a whole host of ecological niches that needed to be filled. And at the same time, there was almost no competition. And in any given environment, it's competition that usually regulates the rate of evolutionary change among living things. By and large, the less competition there is, the faster the rate of change will appear to be. That's because a lack of competition allows empty niches in an ecosystem to be filled by new species. Then, over time, as those niches fill up, competition increases, and the rate of evolutionary change appears to slow down.
Yep, so this is adaptive radiation. So, like, when we're looking at the evolution of bird species, for instance, KPG, bird adaptive radiation. So most of the major species, the major groups of birds that we have today, you can trace them back to the end of the Cretaceous period. So, like, they all descended from, like, here are Paleognathe birds. These all descended from maybe just one or two species that survived the end of the Cretaceous period, that survived that asteroid impact. Birds were able to radiate tremendously, just occupy all kinds of different niches after that extinction event, after the asteroid. Because there's all these empty niches, you know? There's all these jobs that are open. And they're like, yeah, I'll do that. I'll move in to fill that niche. That's something that you see again and again in the history of life on Earth, that kind of adaptive radiation.
I say it appears to, because genetic mutations keep showing up like they always do. But if those mutations don't offer big advantages right away, they get weeded out and body plans keep looking basically the same. So if you're an animal that's found your niche, say preying on fish in rivers, then natural selection tends to let you keep doing what you're doing. Your rate of evolutionary change, at least outwardly, appears to be slow because you found a body plan that works. Likewise, it's hard for other lineages to move into that role, so natural selection usually leads them to keep doing what they're doing too, rather than to try to compete directly for a niche that's already been filled.
But if you knock out those critters, so like you've got empty niches, you can go nuts. You can evolve in all kinds of wild and crazy ways, and it might work.
When extinctions occur, the opposite happens. Lots of niches open up, and there's much less competition. There's plenty of room for everyone, and that's when the rate of evolutionary change takes off.
So Axeman is correct about this. They say changes in living things are constantly happening. Yeah, you've always got like kind of basic mutations going on. But if there's not an open niche to fill that change, then that change might not be kept. Exactly. Yeah. Because when you've got competition, you know, it's much trickier to, like, you know, expand into new habitats. Does that make sense? To take advantage of certain resources because somebody else is already doing that, you know? You get that competitive exclusion. Yeah. Scorch Hellfire says Homo sapiens took out their own competition. I mean, yeah, and we might take out ourselves, too. We continue along the path that we're on. Oh boy.
Try to compete directly for a niche that's already been filled.
Nature abhors the vacuum. There you go, Lenina. Yeah.
Occur, the opposite happens. Lots of niches open up, and there's much less competition. There's plenty of room for everyone, and that's when the rate of evolutionary change takes off. Organisms quickly move into unfilled niches and diversify into new species as they arrive at the adaptations that helped them succeed in certain roles. These explosive bursts of evolutionary change are known as adaptive radiations, and they typically happen after mass extinctions. And this is exactly what happened to Drepanosaurs and other reptiles at the start of the Triassic. Before the Great Dying, in the Permian, the ancestors of all reptiles looked pretty lizard-like, and they filled similar niches that many lizards do today. But the earliest members of the Drepanosaur line started to adapt to a specific niche, that of tree-climbing insectivores. And within just 20 million years, the first Drepanosaurs appear in the fossil record as their own distinct lineage of reptile. Those chameleon-like hands and feet help them climb trees. The arched shoulders and flexible necks may have helped them catch bugs or peel away tree bark, and their bird-like heads and beaky mouths allowed them to probe tight spaces for food. As the Triassic wore on, more empty niches were filled, and the rate of evolutionary change and the appearance of new species slowed down. Soon, a new normal was established. For example, some lineages of reptiles took on the role of apex predators on land, and by 240 million years ago, a group of archosaurs, the Rauisuchids, appear in the fossil record.
So those are the same guys that we see in the paper that we were just looking at right here. Rauisuchians, things like Postosuchus. I'll find you a clip with good old Postosuchus. It's here. Part 2. Part 3 went, but shoot, I'm trying to find you a clip with Postosuchus here from Walking with Dinosaurs, and it is proving to be tricky. No, here it is. Wait, no, that's not it. Part 3 is missing, and that's the part that I'm looking for. Here we go. So there's our Placerius, our Dicynodonts right there, these big synapsids. Kind of proto-mammals, dominant herbivores in their ecosystem. And there's Postosuchus, this big Rauisuchian. This is kind of an outdated reconstruction of this animal. We now think that they walked on 2 legs.
Postosuchus, a merciless ambush predator, the largest carnivore on Earth.
So where it's reared up like that, this is probably how they walked along normally. Their forelimbs are much smaller than their hind limbs. They're probably walking along on two legs, kind of like hunched over like that. Yeah. But anyway, this is the big terrestrial carnivore, like the narrator says right
Predator,
here.
the largest carnivore on Earth.
Yeah, largest carnivore on Earth at the time, on land at least. Ichthyosaurs were a lot bigger in the water.
The terrified Placerius flee, but they are desperately slow, and one of them now carries a mortal wound. Their tormentor is a distant cousin of the dinosaurs, evolved from the same reptilian ancestors.
Yep.
But unlike them, she is too front-heavy to run on two legs.
Yeah, probably too front-heavy to run in general, but did probably walk on two legs. Postosuchus. Here we go. So, probably looked something like that. Is this a Mark Whitten illustration? Yeah. May have walked along like that. And Zork, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah, probably like this. Yeah. Neat animal. Really cool. Yeah.
Yet the Postosuchus is easily fast enough to keep pace with the herd.
There you go, Charlie's Dragon.
Eventually, a combination of shock and blood loss defeats the wounded Placerius.
Yeah. R.I.P. to that Placerius. That Dicynodont there.
The carnivore's bite has done its job. The Placerius is now too weak to fight, and the Postosuchus has an easy meal.
So these were the dominant big terrestrial predators of their time. That's what she was talking about here in this video. The Rawasuchians. That is Kenneth Branagh, Neverwinter Full, absolutely. He narrated Walking with Dinosaurs. Yeah. Ms. Yvette says, what's with the last name Kirkpatrick? Well, Postosuchus Kirkpatricki is named after somebody named Kirkpatrick. It's named after a person. There's two species, Postosuchus kirkpatricki, Postosuchus allisoni. So Sankar Chatterjee named the species after Mr. and Mrs. Jack Kirkpatrick.
My 50,000 a year has been well spent.
And Defying Mavity, thank you for the 2 months of support right there. Now at tier 3. Holy cow, thank you for your ongoing support. That means a great deal to me. It helps keep me going here. Thank you, Defying Mavity. I appreciate you. Yeah, so this critter was named Sankar Chatterjee, paleontologist, named the species after Mr. and Mrs. Jack Kirkpatrick, who helped during his fieldwork. I'm presuming they probably donated some money too, but yeah. Yeah. Anyway, Postosuchus, these big Rawasuchians are dominant predators during the middle part of the Triassic before dinosaurs take over.
Some lineages of reptiles took on the role of apex predators on land, and by 240
and activated.
years
Yeah,
ago,
I know who you're talking about.
The Rhysuchids appear in the fossil record.
That's a tick,
Meanwhile,
right?
with these predators running around,
mite?
another line of plant-eating archosaurs, the Aedosaurs, came to be covered in bony armor, and another lineage became adapted for catching fish. These reptiles, called phytosaurs,
catching fish or catching Rawasuchians. Yeah, phytosaurs. Not a croc, even though it looks like a crocodile. Not a crocodile. This is from a different branch of the Archosauromorph family tree. Phytosaurs are these critters that they looked like crocodiles before crocodiles even evolved. They predate the crocodiles. These are really cool critters that have a different nostril placement than crocodiles. Their nostrils are up here in between their eyes. You see that here on this skull from the Berkeley website. Those nostrils, the nares right there, further up on the snout. And I don't know why. I don't know why they have that. Modern crocs don't have that. Why would these guys evolve that? That nostril placement right there? We have to... Why? Why? I don't know. Yeah. They were crocodiles before it was cool. Yeah, these are the hipster crocodiles, activated complex. Yeah. So yeah, Murph makes a good point. It's not that phytosaurs look like crocodiles. It's that crocodiles look like phytosaurs. Phytosaurs were first. Yeah. And Beverly Hills Cop 90210, it's an honor to have you here in the chat. Holy cow, I think I might have a song for you. There we go. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here, Beverly Hills Cop. But yeah, we do think that they use these nostrils to breathe while submerged. Yeah. But why did these guys evolve that and crocodiles didn't? I don't know. It seems like a really useful feature to have. And crocs just never went in this direction. You know? Yeah. And Melee Free asks a wonderful question. Why the name phytosaurs if they were carnivorous? Phyto means leaf. It does. It means plant. It's because somebody goofed up early on. That's why. The name phytosaur means plant lizard or plant reptile. Yeah, meaning plant lizard. The name phytosaur means plant lizard, as the first fossils of phytosaurs were mistakenly thought to belong to plant eaters. So somebody made a goof and the name stuck. So yeah, whoopsie indeed, Lenina, yeah. And Gazaway says, maybe the larger jawbones allowed for that morphology in crocs, wildest creatures wouldn't? I don't know, that's a good question. Yeah. But I don't know. Yeah, with the nostril placement thing? Yeah. But there's many instances of different fossil organisms being named something and then that being a complete mistake. Oviraptor is a good example. This is a dinosaur, which, when it was first discovered, it was found on top of a nest of eggs, and its skull was found crushed. And so it's got this bizarre, beaky, jaw apparatus, and it's found on top of a nest of eggs that were presumed to be from a Protoceratops dinosaur. You see Protoceratops in the background there? And the thought was, well, shoot, this dinosaur must be a specialist egg eater. It was found on top of a nest. Its skull was crushed. Surely this is a dinosaur that, where's that? Surely this dinosaur Oviraptor was caught in the act of stealing the eggs of a Protoceratops and then got absolutely wrecked by this other dinosaur. The name Oviraptor means egg thief. That's what Oviraptor means. That's what its name is. This is why we need a fair trial. Exactly, the Raven. As it turns out, more fossils of this group of dinosaurs, Oviraptorosaurs, were discovered back in the 90s. Like this one here. an Oviraptorosaur found on a nest of eggs. And holy cow, the egg stealer, the egg thief strikes again? No, it turns out it was not stealing eggs. That was its own nest. There have been multiple specimens of this group of dinosaurs found sitting on those eggs because those are its eggs. It was protecting its own eggs, you know? So, yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. It got wrecked protecting its nest. It did. Yeah. This poor critter. Yeah. So they got a bad rap. But the name sticks. The egg thief, it turns out it wasn't an egg thief. It's been slandered. Libeled. Even. Oviraptor. And activated complexes, man, a dinosaur can't even sit in their own nest around here. Yeah, not without just getting wrecked by a Protoceratops. Oh boy. This illustration was done back in the 80s, I think. 80s or maybe early 90s. Before we realized the mistake there. Yeah. Prehistoric dingoes ate my babies. It's ongoing, yeah. And quite the action shot, it really is. That's why I took a picture of this. It was amusing, and man, F's in the chat for poor Oviraptor here. Let's get a paleo salute. Should be named Ovigardian. There you go, male free. But that's the thing, is according to the rules of zoological nomenclature, we can't change the name. The name is what the name is, you know? Even if it's incorrect, even if it's slandering, libeling this poor critter, we can't change it. It is Oviraptor, you know? To Oviraptor it shall remain. Anywho. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, and in the same way, phytosaurs, who are not plant-eating animals, they're stuck with the name plant lizard, plant reptile, phytosaur, despite the fact that they ate other critters, like fish and tetrapods. So, yeah. Yeah. Activated complexes just changed the spelling? You can't, though. That's... The code dictates. The code. The International Code of Zoological Nomenclature dictates that it must stay what it is. The code. The code. Anywho. Yeah. We're like guidelines anyway. It says linear. No, they are. It's a strict code. Let's continue. Play.
Developed long, narrow snouts, and dinosaurs, the Aedosaurs, came to be covered in bony armor. And another lineage became adapted for catching fish. These reptiles, called phytosaurs, developed long, narrow snouts lined with teeth in just a few million years, thanks in part to the lack of competition for the role of river-dwelling fish eaters. But you know what happens next? Starting around 201 million years ago, a wave of volcanic activity, along with Pangaea's breakup, released tons of CO2 into the atmosphere, causing rapid global warming and ocean acidification. It brought an end to the Triassic period, and also the end of about 3/4 of the world's species, including the Aedosaurs, Phytosaurs, and the Drepanosaurs. This time it was...
R.I.P. those Aedosaurs, Phytosaurs, and Drepanosaurs. Can we get some more F's in the chat and some more paleo salutes for these critters? Here, give me a second and let me, here. Is this it here? Yeah, that'll work.
Spend all your time waiting
Aedosaurs here.
break that would make it okay. There's always some reason to feel not good enough. But it's hard at the end of the day. I need some distraction. Oh,
And the Phytosaurs.
memories seep through my veins. Let me be
R.I.P. those Phytosaurs.
and weightless, and maybe we'll find some peace tonight in the arms of the angels. Fly away from here.
Oh, it's on. Happy holidays, honey.
Happy holidays.
Give the gift of play. Scratchers from the California Lottery.
Get a load of this glorious morning in nature. Can you feel the energy? The verve, the giddy thrill at waking up and being alive and kicking. Luckily for you humans, Nature's Way put that feeling in a bottle. Multivitamins inspired by nature. Nature's Way.
This is ludicrous.
All right, who called for Ludacris? Oh, you don't need me. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Just file a claim on the app or call us.
Lovely home, by the way.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I was running until I wasn't. My hospital stay would have cost nearly $48,000, even with insurance. But with VA, I'll pay $0. And VA is the best, most affordable healthcare in America for veterans like me. Knowing that my family is waiting at home and a surprise medical bill isn't, that's good for my heart. My service was then, my benefits are now. Get what you earned. Visit choose.va.gov.
Spinosaurids and crocodiles were able to move in to dominate as freshwater predators. In fact, most dinosaur groups replaced earlier species that had filled a similar niche, and they often wound up repeating some of their body plans too, a classic example of convergent evolution, where similar selective pressures can lead to similar physical results. And this whole cycle has repeated itself throughout history. Extinctions strike only to be followed by bursts of evolutionary innovation through adaptive radiation. In fact, after the non-avian dinosaurs were wiped out, the surviving mammals and birds went through the same rapid burst of evolutionary change, filling the niches left
like we
empty
talked
by
about
the
in the
dinosaurs.
Cenozoic.
Even though the history of life is marked by devastating mass extinctions, the survivors rally each time. Adaptive radiations produce a dizzying number of new species, and body plans keep showing up, molded as they are by the same selective pressures. It's a pattern that will go on probably forever, including after the next mass extinction. As some guy once said, life finds a way.
It's true. That man, Benjamin Franklin, right? Oscar Wilde? Yeah. Pretty cool stuff. And pretty cool how we can kind of see how this occurs, the takeover of dinosaurs in an ecosystem. From just one small beachhead right there, taking over more and more ecological space, until eventually you just got dinosaur dominance throughout the rest of the Mesozoic after that end Triassic extinction event. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Yeah. Anyway. And I'm sorry you're not feeling well, Casey. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better soon. You're taking good care of yourself. Anyway, speaking of taking good care of oneself, I think it's time for me to wrap up today's stream. Sorry I started an hour late today. I've got stuff I gotta take care of this evening, so we can't run an extra hour, but join me tomorrow an extra special stream, we'll be talking about a proposed new national fossil monument. Dawn of the Cretaceous National Fossil Beds in eastern Utah. This is cutting-edge stuff. Like, there have not been official announcements about this. It's still in kind of the conceptual stages. But this is an idea that we're trying to get off the ground. We paleontologists who work in eastern Utah, in the Cedar Mountain Formation. So we're going to be talking about that tomorrow. Why it's such an important area to protect, what is so special about those fossils, and potentially what you at home could do to help make this a reality, to help protect this really, really important set of fossil sites. So I hope to see you then, tomorrow, for some more paleontologizing. And do say thank you for the follow. How should I say your name? Thank you for following. I appreciate you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Anyway, we are going to wrap up today's stream. So, don't go away just yet, though. We're going to see who else is doing some science. See if we can continue this. And good morning from Finland. Finally, some good content on Twitch. I appreciate you. Thank you. Sorry you're coming in at the tail end of the stream, but I'll be streaming again tomorrow at 1 p.m. California time. And I hope to catch you then. We've got exciting stuff to talk about then. I hope you can be here. Who else is doing some science right now? Let's see here. Volcano Doc is on. Well. We're going to go say hello to Volcano Doc, who is a real-life volcano scientist, a volcanologist. Yeah, good stuff. She is super awesome. She just moved recently. Got a new job teaching volcanology at a new school. We're going to go blow up her chat, raise those viewership numbers, and learn about some volcano science. It's going to be a good time. Thank you, everybody whose names have just appeared in our credits. From new followers to new subscribers, from cheerers to gifters to moderators. Thank you, everybody, for making this stream as fun as it was. I appreciate your enthusiasm, your questions, your kind words, your curiosity, those goofy messages in chat, too. Appreciate all of you. Thank you. And I hope to see you again tomorrow, everybody. Take care. Let's go see what Volcano is up. What Volcano Doc is up to. Oh, I gotta end the stream. I'm tongue-tied all of a sudden. See you later, everybody. Bye-bye.
Oh, crap. Hi, guys! Hi! Welcome on in! Oh my god! Welcome on in, y'all! Okay, we gotta get family friendly, I suppose. Welcome! Hi, Paleontologizing! Thank you so much for the raid and bringing everybody over here. Holy smokes, dude! Holy smokes, thank you so much. I love dinosaur emotes, Sloppy Salamander. I do, in fact, my name's Volcano Doc. Hi guys, if you haven't met me. I'm a real volcano scientist, assistant professor of geology, and also a scientist here on Twitch. How are you doing, Danny? Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. You want to hear all about the latest in igneous science? That's what I'm doing. I'm going through and making my AGU schedule this year. But yeah, I don't normally stream this late on a weeknight, but I've got a weird schedule this week because I'm sure Danny has told you all. But Danny did his poster at the SVP at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology conference. And I'm doing one very, very similar for a different conference called AGU, and Danny's a co-author on it. And I don't think I still need the why I stream though. But yeah, I don't think you've seen it yet, man. I don't think you've seen it yet. Here we go. You guys can take a look at it. I'm really excited. So it's a digital poster. And also, thank you guys so much for the follows. I really appreciate you bringing your community on. I really do. Yeah, I'm so excited about it. It's a really great opportunity to show people what we do. It's still not quite done, so I'm sorry. Ooh, I love that. But yeah, so I wanted to have it this way, and Star Strider with Cosmo Quest X really helped to help me to figure out a better way to make this flow. Hey, Science, how are you? Welcome. Yeah, well, this is a cool poster. So it's an e-poster. It's a digital poster. And so if somebody doesn't want to click on stuff, they can still get the gist of it. They can still, get, well, why should they do interactive live streaming on Twitch? Because this cat will not stop with the blinds. That is what. Thank you guys so much for the follows. Oh, yeah, thank you so much, Danny. Thank you. I appreciate it. I have to figure out a way to, get this to you guys, or just, record a walkthrough and then distribute the file to everybody, That way we have some record of it, because it's not like a normal poster. It kind of sucks. That's why we stream interactive science content on Twitch, because the cat will not stop with the blinds. It is the real reasons, truly. It is. Hello, cat. Speaking of which, but yeah, as you can why live stream on Twitch? Well, you can look at just the headlines and answer all of these questions, or you can click on them. So to things that we do to increase transparency, like the live fieldwork streams. Without cats, the internet would never exist, Pandarius. Never heard of an e-poster that's super cool? Yeah, I was really kind of nervous when I saw we got a poster, and it's just the whole session did, just there weren't enough people in there to warrant a talking session. But I was worried mostly because I'm like, well, we have all this digital content like videos and things, but the e-poster, it totally works. It is a wonderful compromise to posters, but needing to have some interactive content. So each one of these topics, it's oh, well, what, how do we increase transparency? Well, doing these live fieldwork streams. And so then you can click on one of these dots and actually pull this up.
Someone apparently selling T-Rex bone jewelry online. I saw a screenshot of an ad, at least. That's probably fake.
Yeah, it's super neat. So if somebody wanted to take the time and go through it, so every single one of these images links to a clip or something. So what happened here? Oh, they have a tent that's over it and the wind just... Yeah, the tent was going to fly away and they had to get up and grab it. And then so we have experiments, so science. Okay, experiments has a double button. I'm very glad I saw this. I saw this and I couldn't remember where it was. Experiments, Balent, Planarian, double button. Sorry, it's because, so this one links properly, right? But see this one, there's nothing there. So I gotta get rid of that one. The tent was blown away. Yeah. But it's a really great clip. You clipped that, Casey? Dude, thank you. Thank you. I've gone through and tried to get clips that either had co-authors send me clips or gone through and tried to get clips that I felt were really, really good. And that's definitely one of them, because that's one of the good and the bad in real time. For real. Yeah. And then like manuscript revisions, that's one of the things that I like to do. Dude, paleontologizing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for gifting us to Casey. And Casey, congrats, you are entered into the Lava Lab giveaway. So first stream in January, I will be giving away a rock, and you are entered. Give some alert. I try. And then there's like increased access to scientists. So we have like different streamers that do different interviews. This is the I'm still not done with this one, so please pardon. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. My Shiny, thank you so much for the follow. Ark, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Lava Lab. We have expert answers, so like, I like this one. This one's really good. If volcanoes were to erupt in the atmosphere of this, or on this planet, how would its atmospheres look different, right? And then this is from the Danny and Nerduino and I did a thing. We were on Nerduino stream talking about a new impact crater. I really love this one. I have to play this for you guys. It's so cute. This is so cute. Because you guys know, like, we're just like you all. Do I still have the survey? I still do. I do. Thank you so much, Miss Yvette. And please on my behalf. Oh, seriously, thank you so much, Casey. Truly. Oh, you got the geology books. Good. I'm glad. I'm really, really glad. I'm so glad. Here, yeah, let me, tiny URL Twitch Science. Yes. So yes, and thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Again, totally voluntary. I will nobody on the research team will ever ask any individual person if they have completed the survey. It will be like a group, if you've done it, great, thank you. If not, we ask, please do, but please, you're never obligated, 100% voluntary. It is a real research study. There is no compensation, legally required to say that. And yeah, so I would really love and appreciate if you guys would help give us some data and let us know, what is the best way to bring more science to the people, Volcanoes always fascinated you. Geology was your second pick after history. Nice. Well, welcome on in, ARC214. I can see volcanoes fascinated you. You love doing surveys? Nice.
To minimize
I like this one. This one's so funny.
We have carefully extracted crystals of the mineral calcite from the interior of fossil brachiopods, which, much like bivalves are today.
That's a good idea. Thank you, Casey.
During the Ordovician.
But we all have those days. We do. We all have those days, y'all. Like, how often have you just been like, But that's one of the things I think is so good is like building relationships with people who are not from the same backgrounds and learning about each other. Hey, Reiko. Surveys like this really do help the social and behavioral sciences to answer important questions and help inform better policies. You're excited for me to be conducting this one? Oh, good. I'm really excited. I really, really am. I'm hoping that it will be very, very valuable to show other scientists how important it is what we do here. Truly. Like, educators, mathematicians, not just scientists, all sorts of experts. You weren't ready for the sound effect? Hey, White Vision, welcome on in. She does astronomy. Yeah, I used to watch her a lot on Twitch. Dr. Pamela Gaze. She still does. She does the Cosmic Quest X stuff. And so we've got like the unique science-focused experiences. So microscopy, You know, that's something that, like, looking at your own sample, at samples you can send in, or asking somebody questions, like, Diatom's attack has literally pioneered the scanning electron microscope. So, like,
That's pretty.
so tiny.
Comes with a
So
little
tiny.
structure inside the.
So tiny. Right?
Oh yeah.
And, like, then we've got field trips, rocket launches, you know, watching these launch parties, Danny's dinosaur digs, more field work, more dinosaur digs. Here's one where he's just casually finding a fossil.
And then, once you have that, and once you have permission to prospect, you're doing everything by the book, out and you prospect. And that basically means just walking along, staring at the ground like this. Not staring, but actively looking, actively searching. Picking up anything that might look like a little fragment of bone. In fact, this actually looks bony right here. No kidding. I think this is some fossil bone.
Like, what are the chances of that?
It takes a lot of practice to be able to tell what.
You
is
clipped this
possible,
too?
But I've been doing this for a long time, so.
Casey, did you really clip this too? Oh my gosh. Yeah. So I went and, like, I got clips, you know, because I figured. And there's also the weird, like, software linking thing is so strange. So I have to, like, put it in Vimeo and then link it onto here. But yeah, dude, Casey, what is up? You are with the clips. Heck yeah. We've got, you know, I was talking about this a little bit earlier. Paleontologists are just randomly walking around finding fossils. I know, like, what are the chances, dude? It's not like, I don't get to just walk around and find a volcano. It's fantastic. I'm really glad. Well, no, dude, I really think, like, it's important. It's really, really important. Like, I think, you know, I wanted to have everybody on here and show, like, what we all do, because it's truly a group effort, right? None of us are able to do this single-handedly, man. We all work together because we're all experts in our all different fields and everything, and we all, like, you know, have different backgrounds and different views and different ways of presenting the material, and so it's important to have everybody on here. Oh, paleontologizing, that's what's in store. So that survey, sir, has been approved by my